And hello, Karan, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you tell something about it is user friendly. You told, na?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how come it is a user friendly?
Mm,
How do you feel it is friendly to you?
Um,
On what basis?
this is a very old UI system, sir. Actually, if you
User
explore
interface.
basics from 1990s, it is following same type of design methodology. So people are so much familiar with this concept than you say Linux, because Linux, in sense, it has many flavors of distros, many desktop environments. People usually get confused. For normal people, actually, for
Okay,
normal people, they get confused with multiple environments. So in this regard, the Windows comes as a whole package when compared to Linux, where you have to probably install many of these stuff after shipping the product.
okay,
Whereas in Windows, all the basic stuffs like browser,
yeah,
Word, everything is installed right out of the box.
okay. And I would like you to ask one question, which is the
Yes, sir.
very first operating system in 1990s. You told, okay, 90s and 80s, and which is the very first operating system? If you know, you tell.
Uh,
What type of
Totally, I
computers were there? Today we have laptop, mobile phones, iPad, everything is there. For everything, different types of operating systems are there. Okay, at that time during 90s, only one system was there. What is the name of that system? It is
IBM Power
a,
PC, something like that.
sorry,
IBM Power PC, something like that.
it's a IBM product. IBM Power, that is fine. Okay, I want the name of that operating system is a batch operating system. Okay,
Okay.
batch.
Uh,
In that name itself, a
in
meaning
regards
is
of
there.
Windows, or because Windows, there was a Windows shell.
Okay,
MS
actually,
DOS. Okay.
Windows comes after Microsoft only. You know, Bill Gates, he himself even worked with IBM only.
Okay.
Okay, from that only, the other things have been emerged in future. The very first computer was used a batch operating system. The meaning is batch by batch it will be implementing or process, do the process. Okay, if you want a job to be done in that computer, for example, the mini computer emerged at that time. It doesn't mean that it is very mini. It will be very big computer. For each and every computer separate operators were there. Okay, if I am the user, I need to interact with the computer. I need to hire an operator for that computer. Okay, I will give my requirement to that operator and he will feed that job into the computer, and that computer will also not do the job immediately. There is a queue process. Job 1, if I am giving job 1 means Karan will be giving job 2. Okay, and Akhil will be giving job 3. Until the job completes, first job completes, the other should be in a queue. And after the job is completed, it will be intimating the operator that this job is completed. Then the next job will be flowing inside that computer. Okay,
Okay, sir.
day by day, by overcoming all the small limitations in that big computer hardware and complicated operating system, we emerged to this generation, and even now we have everything in our hand, that is a mobile operating system. Okay, and what are the things you about operating systems? What do you know about mobile operating system? I would like to ask Thiruvengadam. Mr. Thiruvengadam, good morning. Please tell me anything about what you know about mobile operating system, because even everyone in this world nowadays having a mobile Android phone. It is, it became very easily accessible for the people. You tell something about that mobile operating system. What is different from our system and mobile devices. Okay. Okay. User friendly. So because of that user friendly nature only, it reached every individual, right? So now, comparatively now, comparing to Android and iOS, Android is available more among the people in our country, in India, right? Yeah. The thing is, first thing is affordable. iPhone is not that much cheaper, but Android, in all companies are providing Android OS because Google product, they have given the operating system for all mobile systems. They have sold, they didn't sell it to the individual people, they sold it to the mobile production companies. Okay, they will use that operating system and they will promote their products, and the user friendly and the only nature. Excuse me, Karan, it's kernel compiled. I want to see the Karan's message. Just a second. Yeah, you're an RAC based processor. Like, okay. And user friendly, and everyone can use it nowadays. Everyone is having a WhatsApp, YouTube, everything, because those things are designed in a user friendly way. So what is the main purpose of the operating system is convenience. That is the primary goal. It should be convenient for the user to use it. Okay. And the other thing is, while the mobile operating system cannot be adopted in any other environment, means that operating system is mainly developed for that small device. The battery will be utilized, very minimum amount of power will be utilized by that mobile operating systems, and the touch operations. So everything will be utilizing very minimal power. So only Android and iOS type of operating systems can be inside the mobile. And nowadays the devices are becoming very slim. The operating systems also should be affordable for that device to use. And day by day, updation is very much important in operating systems because each and every version of the operating system is overcoming the drawback of the previous version. So if one operating system is created, means it is not end. The version development is mandatory. If you didn't update your device, or if the company didn't upgrade their OS, it is useless. It will be inefficient in future. So only each and every operating system company is releasing at least a small version of change in their operating system every 3 to 6 months. You can see the software update in your mobile and PCs, right? That thing only. And what if the operating system is not there? What will be the scenario? Sri Vishnu, hello, Sri Vishnu, are you there? Sri Vishnu Vardhan. See guys, I will be calling you randomly, and you should be responding to me. Then only the class will be interactive. If you are not interactive, it means that you are not in the call. So make sure that you are available at all time. It will be helpful for me to know whether you are listening to the class or not. Okay. Then I will ask Raja Lakshmanan. Raja Lakshmanan.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah. Okay. I think Sri Vishnu also there. He came and went back. Okay, you tell me in this case. I will give you. I will ask some case. You can answer. It's not important that you should answer correctly. Okay, if operating system is there, what are the problems the user will face? What are the difficulties the user will there? You are having a system and you doesn't have an operating system in the middle, and what will be the difficulty for you?
Sir, he won't be able to manage the what he want to do, sir.
Okay,
That
okay.
he
I want.
can't he
Yeah.
can't interact with the computer to what work he is doing on and what he want to do. So it will be a problem to him, sir.
Okay, it's a overall thing. If I want you to do a addition operation in a system which doesn't have an operating system, but it is possible. The hardware will work for you. It doesn't mean that without software the hardware will not work. You can
Yes, sir.
put it directly in the kernel. Okay, if you are coding in that kernel, if you want if you have a Python code, if you want to add a and b means just you will give a add b and the answer will be c. Okay, if
Yes,
that even Python itself is no user level interface, because the Python will be working over the operating system and that operating system will be doing that process to the on the kernel and then it will give the output for us.
yes, sir.
Okay, so if you want to as I told you, a plus b equal to c, you tell how it will work inside your system.
Sir, the values given by us will be changed into zeros and ones, sir. In terms of zeros and ones.
Obviously in hardware, every in computer, every whatever we give, it will be turning into zeros and ones, and then that is a machine level language. Okay,
Yes, sir.
and proceed after that. What you will do?
Then it will convert this answer into same as that machine language. Then it will give us the output, sir. In
Okay.
the manner we give, it will convert into the pre-ordered manner.
Okay, here what are the components are involved in this process? I want to know. You told the machine language. What is the exact term for that machine language? It is the assembly language. Okay.
Binary.
Binary codes. Okay, assembly language in microprocessor. Embedded systems are there, na?
Yes,
In
sir.
EC or Triple labs, you can see the embedded system kit. What they will do is they will give the input. Even they will do programming. They will have certain commands. What they will
Yes,
do
sir.
for simply we did easily using the Python or C. We will do some codes and upload and upload some code informations and we get the result easily. But in that Python embedded system, what you will do is you will be writing a system command to store the A value. You will be giving the A command. To add that for that separate command will be there. To store B value separate command will be there, and call them separate command will be there. And for that each and everything, you will not get a user interface in this digitalized way. In that embedded system, how it will be means you'll be seeing a display like a calculator. In a calculator, how the display will be 888 like that, zeros and zeros display will be there. Only numbers and letters will be visible in a single line. In
Yes,
that type of interface only you'll be having in the embedded system kit. Okay. So what you're doing there is you are giving the task directly to the hardware to perform the operation. So if operating system is there, you need to do such kind of operation there. So it is very difficult for you. Okay.
yes, sir.
Once again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will shift the place just a few minutes. I will shift the place here. Some other classes also going on simultaneously. It's a little bit disturbing. Couple of minutes. I will go to the nearby class. Okay.
Okay.
Couple of minutes. Hello? Students, am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, now I have changed the place so you will not get any disturbance. Okay, if the operating system is not available, each and every user need to go and program inside the kernel. And another one question, in that process, what are the components involved in programming? What are the components? As I told you, if you are going to program directly in the hardware, what are the hardwares involved in that performing that operation? Specifically, A plus B, I told you. No? In that performing that A plus B operation, what are all the components involved? I would like to ask one student, Harini.
Hello, sir. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. What are the components involved in that A plus B equal to C operations while you are trying to implement? What are the components involved in that? In the absence of operating system, you can tell easily.
Um, First, we need a language to communicate with the hardware.
Okay, it is assembly level language. It's a direct command.
Um,
Hardware components, I asked you.
uh, we need input and output units, sir.
Of course, that is a device. That is the input and output unit. Processor. Raj Lakshmanan is processor. Okay, fine. Then
Then, maybe for storing the results, we need a memory unit.
of course, memory is very much important, okay? Because even it is a small operation A plus B, you need to store that A variable, okay? And then arithmetic operation, for that it will be using the processor. The content storing work will be done in the memory and the processing work will be done in the CPU, okay? After that, again, the storing of A variable will be stored in the memory and then equal to is the arithmetic operation, it will be processed in the CPU. And then C, it is again the variable output, it will be stored in the memory. Okay. So simultaneously CPU and IO operations both are happening simultaneously. So we need the connectivity between those devices to perform even a single operation. IO operation is separate and the CPU operation is different. Okay. So we need the a possibility of connecting all the in this both, if one system fails, the entire process will fail. If A plus B operation is, you need to work on it in between. If the processor fails means you cannot perform the arithmetic operation, or the memory fails means you cannot store and retrieve the values from that storage. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So IO and CPU process, it is mandatory. And day by day, when the operating system developing, many drivers are there, many devices are included in this. We can split it into managers. Okay, if memory is there means if you are using a memory and a user is there means there is some interface to manage those memory, right? That interface is named as a memory manager. That memory manager, what it will do is it will manages the memory and the storage space inside that memory. So if you want to put one information inside that, you should go through that memory manager. If you want to take that outside that means you should. That memory manager is completely dedicated to that memory. It will give some sort of operations only that is related only to the memory. Okay, if you want to access the data in a fast way means what process you will follow, what process our computer is following nowadays. You in your laptop there is a memory. Okay, in that memory every information is stored in your computer is stored in that memory. So if you in a single click you are getting the data immediately. How it is processed? Here I can I ask what who's the other? I'll ask randomly choose one student. Anbu. Who's Anbu?
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning. You tell what process is happening in your system. How your memory is being retrieved faster? What type of facility is given to your laptop or a computer system?
Sir, can you repeat the question? I didn't listen properly.
Okay, I will repeat it. In your laptop, you have a memory, main memory. Okay,
Yes, sir.
what all the informations you have stored and programs, everything that's stored in the memory only. Your will your access go directly to the memory and take the content, and it will user interface will be display the content to you. Where it is happening in that way. The cache will be. You know what is the term cache, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is a cache means? It is the temporary memory storage. Okay, what are the things which you are processing? The temporary storage will be having some content related to the data which is stored in your main memory. If you need to access it, you can access it easily and faster. Okay, but the storage will be in your main memory only, but the accessing speed is improved using cache. And another term, a shared memory, is also there. If two processes, two process, not a processor, two process one and process two is there. Okay, two process need to use one memory. What it will do? Is it possible for two process to access a main memory directly? Aparna,
Yes, sir.
is it possible for a process to two different process to access the same main memory directly? Is it possible? Also, you think it in a very simple way. One document is there. Two different operations are going. Two different can the two operations come and take the data in the main memory directly? For yeah, it is not possible because at that time deadlock occurs, because when two processes entering the same time means, when multiple processes are entering the same time means, there will be a bottleneck problem or a deadlock. For this purpose only, shared memory concept is introduced. Shared memory means certain amount of memory will be given the authentication that this number of process can be accessed. See, if process can access and take the memory means, I need to give the permission to access. It's called shared memory. So it is open means any other process can come and dump the memory. So it gives some failure for the memory and data loss will be happening. So shared memory is the term used here. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, shall we go move on to the presentation? It is a normal presentation. You will know about the batch system. Okay, I will play the YouTube video. It will give the introduction about the batch system. You just look into that video, and I will at the end I will ask some questions to you, and you can tell me that what sort of understanding you have that from that video. Okay.
To my channel. Hello guys, welcome you all to my channel, Making IT Simple. In the previous video we saw what is an operating system. If you have not watched it you can find it here. And also there is link in the description. In today's video we are going to see about batch operating system. It is a type of operating system which executes job in batches. So watch the complete video to understand what it is, and how it works. So without wasting any time, let's start the video. Let's start with the definition. Batch operating system is an operating system which groups jobs that perform similar type of functions. These groups are called as batch and are executed at the same time. So let's simplify the concept. In early 1950s, batch operating system got into action. At that time computer were not that developed, they had very less processing power and a very minimal memory. So at that time only one job would get executed at a time. We had to wait until the job gets executed to run the next job. We are saying execution of a job and not execution of program. So what is a job and why jobs were executed? The operating system or the computers at that time were not interactive. What do we mean by that? Let's see with an example. If you go in an ATM, the machine interacts with you. It will first ask your PIN. After you enter it, it will ask for amount, then do you want the slip? You can interact with it. Basically it will take information, do the processing, ask you next question or input and do processing on it. But the computers in early stages were not interactive, it would require everything all at once. So as we need to input all information at once, it was given input as a job. Job would basically consist of program.
Hello students, sorry for the interruption. I want to make sure that is the video audible to you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, it's clear now? We can proceed with this, right? Okay. Hello, guys. Is the video okay? Okay, just a second. I will play the video from the half from which you have missed. Okay. Wait for a second.
With you, it will first ask your PIN. After you enter it, it will ask for amount. Then do you want the slip? You can interact with it. Basically, it will take information, do the processing. Ask you next question or input and do processing on it. But the computers in early stages were not interactive, it would require everything all at once. So as we need to input all information at once, it was given input as a job. Job would basically consist of program, input data and control instructions. So if you had to execute a division operation on two numbers, then this is how your job would look like. Program would contain the calculator program. Input data would be the two numbers on which division would be performed. And the control instruction would be division operation, as we need to use the division operation from the calculator program. Control instruction specifies which operation from the program you need to execute. So how would you give this job as input to the operating system? The input device at that time used was punch card readers, and punch cards were storage device. Punch cards were stiff papers which could store digital data represented by presence or absence of holes in predefined positions. The light was passed through the punch cards. Light would pass from the holes and get blocked where holes were not present. So from where the light would pass was considered binary 1. And from where light won't pass would be considered as binary 0. So we had to input the information in machine language itself. Punch cards were punched by hands or by machine. After preparing the job, users would give it to the operator. Operator was person who would operate the computer. He would collect all the jobs from the user. There was no direct interaction of user and operating system or computer. As we learned earlier, the processing and memory power of the computers back then were not so good. It was tough to execute different types of jobs each time. Let's see an example. Let's say we have 3 jobs, 2 of them are same and 1 is different. And you execute in this sequence. The system will load all the resources required for the job, take the input, do all processing and give the output. Then it will take the next job. As the new job is different, it has to deallocate the resources from previous job and allocate the resources for new job. Again, the whole process will work. Then the last job will be executed, again as it different from the previous job. Deallocation of resources and allocation of resources for a particular job will be done. Due to less memory and processing power, execution time taken was too much. And allocation and deallocation of resources for each new job would also take time. Batch processing was the solution on this problem. The similar kinds of job were combined in batches. Using this technique, system would allocate resources for a particular type of jobs. All jobs which are having similar requirements will execute it one by one. This would save the time for making system ready for different job each time. Then the operator would make collection of jobs having similar requirements into batches. And the batch was given input to the system, where once the loading of resources was done and batch was executed. And the output was generated. This is how batch operating system works. There were advantages and also disadvantages of batch operating system. Advantages were: multiple users could share the batch system. Repeated jobs are done fast in this system. Batch system can manage large repeated work easily. There were some disadvantages. Loading and unloading of batches would take a lot of time, so at that time CPU would remain idle. It was sometimes costly. So in this video we saw how was the working of early systems. We learned about batch operating system. If you have any queries or suggestion related to the topic, comment down below.
Students, we have seen the batch operating system, how it works, and example jobs for it. I would like to ask someone to just how to say, summarize the video. Sriram K. Sriram?
Hello, sir. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. And can you narrate or summarize the video, that 6 minutes video, what batch operating system you have understood from that concept?
Yeah, sir. The video explains about the name itself having batch operating system means you have to give a set of instructions and the program and the system what to do with this job and everything you have to give at the same time so that the system will do the process. But you cannot give a second job at the processing time of first job. So
Yeah.
it consumes more time for a CPU to process. So the CPU sends CPU works on a job one until it completes. We cannot give job two.
Okay.
So it consumes lot of time. So lot of time wastes happens with this batch operating system. And also
Okay.
it's more. It's cost more, and the system is not well organized to save time.
Okay. And as you see in the video, it will look like a very big Xerox machine, right? The punch cards will be there, and
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
card reader will be there. What will be means that punch cards will be given as the input to the card reader, and each
Yes,
and
sir. The whole switch and the whole contains it's considered as one, and its numbers are there. It's considered as zero.
yeah.
So we are giving input as zeros and ones for
Okay.
processing itself. So
No.
it seems to be harder for user to give input.
Yeah. If you want to give a job, means that job need to be converted into that punch card way. That is the input. That punch card, as they told in the video, it should be printed like a paper. In that paper, the punch card, your input, if you are going to do some operation, A plus B is equal to C operation, means that thing should be converted into that assembly language using the punch card. The input will be
Yeah.
like that. That input will be given as the job to the system. That system will be processing that job, and the output will be given. Okay.
So,
And what are the drawbacks you have seen in?
simply nowadays our computers, if you are giving input in a GUI manner, means it will convert the CPU will convert it into zeros and ones. It will convert its own language and it do some process and gives us output. But in batch operating system or punch card methods, we are working a job of CPU there because we are converting and we are giving favor for a CPU to read a zeros and ones. So we are making cards like zeros and ones. So if we want to do some operation, means we should do it in a zeros and ones method, and we have to feed
Yeah.
to system so that it will work. So uh, this line itself shows the drawback. Simply it consumes lots of time and
On those days, that conversion was done by a human. Okay.
yeah, sir.
And after that, that conversion was given. The work has been given to a specific device to do that process, and that process act as a brain for the computer. Until now, no computer or mobile phones or any devices are there without that object. What is that object? That,
Sorry, I can't get it.
okay, a computer or a device, smartphones or a computer, laptop or a mainframe computer, anything it may be. Without
Okay.
that device, it is impossible. Yeah, Thiruvangadam is given the answer. That is a CPU. CPU is the brain. As I told you, that work was done by that input process conversion has been done by the human on batch operating system. CPU will do that work for instead of us. Every informations have been programmed to that CPU. That CPU is nothing but a small transistors. Okay, you're going to give the kernel level program to that transistor to understand the input of the user and process it. So only it is a CPU. Some basic thing what CPU will do is it will do the arithmetic operation. Plus is not a data. It is a process, arithmetic process. Okay, addition process. So if that plus is we put into the memory means it is that just the storage. If we give that plus as the input to the CPU means it is the process. Okay. So
Okay.
CPU is the brain of computer. That is the only part which haven't changed from that batch system to now. The brain is same, but the
The efficiency.
efficiency has been changed and developed. Okay, so CPU plays a very important role in the CPU and memory. Okay,
Yes, sir.
and other thing is what the other drawback you have seen in this batch operating system which is not listed there.
The space requirement will be more and the heat generator will be lot, sir. You
Okay,
do also the processor is not that much faster to do simple addition itself. It calculates very slowly. Even though we are giving it in the zeros and ones, we are converting and giving to do.
okay.
So that's it, sir.
Multitasking is not possible. Multiple user is possible. Multitasking is possible. How this multitasking is handled in this CPU? What sort of action is taken there?
Sir, nowadays CPUs are comes with 6 cores, 8 cores processors. The different cores will handle different job at the same time, but in that days a CPU will be organized to one job means it will complete the job until it not finished. Not shift its part to job two. So the multitasking is not possible in that days.
Okay. Multitasking is not possible. If I give a very big job in my latest CPU, as I told, dual core is there, octa core is there. Okay,
Yes, sir.
how that is partitioned with inside that core? How that work has been partitioned?
Um,
Even with one core CPU, Thiruvangaram is good. Okay, Shyam, we can
yes,
give
sir.
some other to answer this question. Okay, thanks for your answer.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
We can choose some other student. Shivant, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell how that process division or some process, if I am having a dual core processor or as Thiruvangaram told, I have one core processor. One core processor, it's okay. Raj Lakshmanan has given the answer. It's using threads. Okay, it will be converted into threads and it will be given. Your answer, Shivant, how the process will be happening?
Sir, according to my understanding, as you already said, it will process according to the queue, sir. If there are two processors requiring the same resources, what will happen is we are restricting one process, that is one job, to wait. So that once this job gets completed, we are giving access to the next job. For example, if we are using that, we need to find the sum of two numbers and divide it by 2 to find the average. If we allow both the process to happen in the same time, the answer will be absurd. There will be a lot of randomness. So that what we'll do is first give chance for addition operation, so that it will find the sum. Till then, the multiplication operation will be at hold. that is, it will be in a queue to process next, so that we can use perform different jobs one by one, sir.
Okay. Okay, actually the thing is good, but the answer, no, that is fine. But the exact answer is it depends upon the scheduler, what type of scheduler we have used. Okay, the purpose may be different because you told that shortest job can be completed first and the complex job can will be in the queue for the next one. Okay,
Yes,
for
sir, according to the time complexity of the job.
yeah. For that, what you're going to do is you'll be having a separate scheduler. As Karan told in the message, it is having a scheduler will split up and manage the jobs. That is the exact answer. It is a single word answer. That, but you told na that is also an answer. But it is applicable for certain type of scheduler. Many types of process schedulers are available. That is just an algorithm which will be implemented for processing the job. First come first serve, round robin, like this type of schedulers are there. It will be taught to you in the. I will tell or speak about this in the second module. Okay, scheduler will do such operations based on the priority of the system requirement. Okay, if I am having a system in my system, um, if I am using the first come first serve, means what it will do is it will do and it will complete the job. How it will complete? A process which enters first will complete entire. After the exit of the first job only, the second job will be entering the process. Shivant, can you please mute yourself?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. After the completion of certain job only, it comes under the first come first serve. In for some schedulers, time quantum will be mentioned. What is the term time quantum means? Certain time this job will be running on the processor. After this time, it will give chance for the other processor for certain time. For that, in that time duration, the process will be splitted and that process will be running simultaneously. After that, if P1 is there, means P1 will run for 2 seconds, and after that 2 seconds, P2 will run. After that 2 seconds, again P1 will run. In that next 2 seconds, if the P1's job is completed, means that P2 job will be running entirely and it will complete the process. So it depends upon what type of scheduler we use. Okay. And I would like to show you a presentation, and it is just what all the things which I have told you now. It will be in a pictorial representation. You can check it. Okay. Guys, is the presentation visible? Hello? Hello? Guys, is the presentation
It was visible, sir, but it's not visible.
now I have stopped the presentation. I will open the screen sharing and I will speak. Okay, if it's audible or not, you let me know. Okay.
Okay.
Is my voice audible,
Yes,
guys?
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
It is the short summarization of the entire operating system introduction which we have discussed until now. Okay, and this is the purpose of operating system. The hardware will be there and the software will be there, and the process which flows from the software to the hardware and from the hardware to the software will be managed by using the operating system. Here we can see some small icons here. In hardware you can see this is the CPU, okay, and this is the hard disk. These both are the main hardware which is utilized in the computers, and operating system, which is software, predefined software, which makes everything comfortable and easy and efficient for the user to use, and software. So if you want to play a music, means what it will do is here you will be having a software, and using this software you will be giving request to the operating systems, and it will pick up the music file which is available in this hard disk, and it will play using the interface which is given by the software. Like that only some messages or data will flow. And these are the three popular softwares, operating systems. May know this is the Microsoft, this is the Ubuntu, Linux, and this is Mac. And this is the OS. As I told you, different types of parameters we have to form a computer. A computer is, as we know nowadays, computers is considered as a half human being. If it comes to artificial intelligence implementation and machine learning programs are all implemented, means it will be equal to human in future, and that time it will be a problem for us. To make that possible, what are the basic things we used once it is for that also operating system will be there, and memory manager, device manager, file manager, and process manager. In this memory manager, the hardware which is processed here is hard disk. That hard disk memories will be managed by a memory manager for facilitating the user through the hardware. The hardware will be having the complete programs to access and manage the memory, and that codes will be done by the memory manager to access the hardware. Here the hardware is the here the hard disk is the hardware, and memory manager is the combined pack of software which will support the operating system. And the process manager, CPU, is a device, and the programs and the algorithms which are implemented inside the CPU will be processed using the process manager. What this process manager will do is each and every single process will be monitored and tracked, whether what process is going on, whether this process is completed or it is having any problem or a vulnerable data or there. That means the processor will monitor that. Okay. And coming to the device manager is, it will manage all the devices which are connected to the computer collectively. If I am having a desktop, means device manager, what it will do is it will be having the keyboard, mouse. These are the device which is used to give the I/O. That is the I/O devices. Okay. Along with that, printer, USB. USB is also a device manager. Hard disk, external hard disk also. For your hard disk also, a device manager is there. Hardware is connected to some other hardware through the OS, means it should have a device manager. So you'll be having a device drivers for each and everything. If you want to connect your device with a printer, means you should have installed the printer driver. Okay. After installing that HP, if you are using HP printer, means you should have a driver installed in your computer through the OS to connect with that I/O device and give jobs and computer. Okay. And file manager. What is the purpose of file manager? Even in your mobile device also you have a file manager. In computer also you have a file manager. In each and every operating system you have a file manager. The process and the purpose of the file manager is to access what are all the types of files available in your system. It will manage it and it will give the access to it. Okay. If you are having an exe file, it will execute it. If you're having a web file, it will open the web page. Some data file means it will display. PDF means PDF format file will be displayed by connecting to that software. and Word, presentation, video file, audio, everything will be managed and given to you by the file manager. Using this file manager, what are the security type you can do? Means simple security technique is, if you are sharing your system with the multiple users in that system, some files are there, and you don't want any other person to open that file or edit that file. So you can allow, using this file manager, you can convert that document into read-only mode. Okay, so that if the guest, if in your system you have two logins, you are logging in and using that file, and that same file is displayed to the guest user, and that guest can view your file, but he cannot modify the content. For modification, you need the credentials. That credentials will be provided by the admin only. This file manager will be keep on monitoring the files. What type of file is there, any data missing, any files missing, everything will be monitored. So here you can see these 4 managers combined, and it will support an operating system to do that work. So this combination, file manager, process manager, memory manager and device manager combined, and it will form an operating system. Okay, what memory manager will do? Okay, for memory manager is the RAM. RAM is acting as the intermediate of the memory manager. What the RAM will be do is, it will be connecting the memory, and the RAM space will be there. In that RAM space, what are all the jobs coming, it will be queued inside the RAM. So only while buying a laptop or computer, specific types of RAM will be given, 4 GB RAM, 8 GB RAM. So it will be having a space inside in it to boost up the speed of the work done in the computer. Okay, so it can load it, it can remove the space, and it can reload with some other job, and that memory allocation will be done by the RAM, random access memory. Okay, here see the 2 jobs went, those jobs will be managed by some other new jobs, and this space will be utilized using the RAM. The RAM will be, for example, consider memory, hard disk as a room, and RAM as the manager of that room. What if you are loading that room with 4 containers? 2 containers were there, and other 2 containers are right. Other one container is there. It is little bit bigger than means. You will move that container together to one place, and you put that bigger container inside that room so that it can be placed inside that room. So that type of work is done by RAM. Process manager, as I told you, each and every process will be managed by the processor. That is nothing but the CPU, central processing unit. It is the brain of the computer. It will do all the arithmetic operations, processings, program implementations, everything will be done, and this process will be done in online. IO operations can be done in offline, and processors operations should be done online. Here online, it seems that if I am implementing that work, means that should be done now itself. IO, if output is there, means if that system is in a queue, means after that it will become IO devices. Means if a printer is there, if you give the print button click, means it will immediately print the paper. You cannot stop in the middle. If you stop in the middle, that output will be meaningless. That print will be stopped and it will be useless. So if you are using a processor, if you're doing some job, if you want to stop it in the middle and you want to do another job, because if you are doing some process and another small and urgent process coming in the middle, means that big process will be stopped in the middle. In this here, what it means is, preemption is the meaning of stopping one job and moving on to next job. After completing that job, it will continue to this job, bigger job. Okay, that term is called preemption, that you will see in further presentations. That preemption is possible, and for job processing, 2 types of modes are there: preemption and non-preemption. Preemption means in the middle it will cut off and it will move on to the other job, and after that for certain times it will cut off and it will move on for other job. In that, time cutoff can be fixed based on the file size or the time quantum. So Preemption and non-preemption, two modes are there. It is possible in process only, CPU, central processing unit only. In IO devices, it is impossible. So, central processing unit. Okay. See, each and every process will be monitored by the process manager. This is job one, for example. Job one is there. In that job one, certain number of processes will be there. P1, P2, P3. These processes, it doesn't mean that it will be going only for the CPU. It will also have some IO operations also. So after, it will be in different formats. See, after completing the for example, you can take the A plus B. Okay, IO operations means A is the data and the plus is the arithmetic operation. B is the data and equal to is the arithmetic operation. And C is the data which is produced from the result of the A and B. Here, how the process will be happen is A will be given to the CPU and CPU will store the data in memory, and plus will be given to the CPU. That arithmetic operation will be considered, and B will be given to the CPU. It will be stored in the memory, and equal to C will be given, equal to stored in the CPU, and C will be stored in the memory. So if I want to perform these operations, the CPU will get the value of A from the memory and add it, and get the value of add it with the value of B in the memory, and display and send the result to the C variable which is stored in the memory, so that we can get the answer. In this small process itself, we are using simultaneously CPU, so not simultaneously, after one after another. CPU, IO, CPU, IO. So for a process to be completed, both the CPU and also the IO devices are necessary. Device manager. Here is the device. What are all the devices which we are connecting to the computer or some other gaming or mobile devices are all managed by a device manager. Operating system is having a device manager. It will be holding the software or life. If you want to access the iPod, means you need to access the IO. Android device means that Android plugin you need to. If Windows is there, means it will be applicable. If IO is there, means it will be difficult for you to access it. Some software is there, like that only for everything. So every device is connected and it will flow under the device manager control. These are some basic normal devices which we use in our day-to-day life. One is the USB printer and hardware. These are the IO devices that comes connected to the voice through the device manager. Next, as I told you, the work of the file manager is keep on monitoring the type of the file, not the content of the file. What type? After dot, if it is C or exe or txt or dot word or jpg, the type will be monitored and it will define the type of the file and it will save it in that way. If you are saving some data in your laptop or the desktop, means you need to define the type. What type of file? If you are putting in a notepad, means it will be txt. If you are putting in the word, means it will be word. It will be putting in the PDF, means it will be PDF. That type will be monitored by the file manager and it will be named and it will be connecting to that software to give the user interface. File manager is the only thing which will give the priority of reading, writing, and execution. If you are the user of that system, means you can use it. And if you are using, giving the access to the guest, means that priority should be given by you to view your data, like read only format, write only format, or execute. These permission authentications should be given by you to that guest user. And this is the example that if some other person is trying to access your system, means from their guest login, and if they are trying to open your file, means it will not be allowed. And another is the network manager. What is the work of the network manager? I would like to stop with this. Vishal. Vishal, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell what is the work of the network manager?
Sir, it is responsible for installing and maintaining our computer networks.
Installation and maintaining the computer networks. You don't go in a very big way for networks. It comes connect the nodes and very simply network manager. It's okay. It is correct only network manager. And the workers, it manages the connected devices and the users. Okay, if your laptop is there, means your mouse will be connected, headphones will be connected. You will be connecting your device with a Bluetooth headphone or some other devices. Okay, that network will be manageable, and that can you see the network manager in your laptop. Network connections will be there. Now some devices can be connected through Wi-Fi, GPS is also a network system, and Bluetooth. Everything connects your device with some other. That network will be managed. Okay, you can
Okay.
connect system with your friend's system using a USB cable also,
Yes.
or LAN cable. That network system is network manager is going to manage it. Okay, and apart from that, everything is available. Okay, and uh, Vishal, can I display the presentation? Is it possible for you to interact when I show the presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is the presentation visible, Vishal?
Yes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. In this network, you can see that these are the nodes. This doesn't mean that it is a computer or a
Sir,
very.
I can't see the presentation, sir.
Oh, but it is shared now. For me, it is showing in the bottom. Thiruvankaram, is the presentation visible to you? Whether everyone is facing the same problem?
But not the PPT.
Okay, this is again. I'll do it. Okay, okay, I understood. I will do it again. You know, now is it visible, guys?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Is it? Okay, okay. In this we can see. Yeah, coming to the network manager. Okay. In this, these are the nodes which are interconnected. Okay. This doesn't mean that it should be a server or a very big telephonic tower like that. That is a node mentioned there. It may be a small mobile device or connected Bluetooth device or headphone, anything it may be. Okay. These be managed by the operating system. That operating system will specifically have this network manager to manage this network. Under this network manager only in your operating system, you will be having a LAN connection, Wi-Fi
Wi-Fi.
connection, everything will be there. If you want to set up a connection with LAN means you should give the IP address in this network manager only. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And what does it mean? A user is there and all type of user is there. it shows that everything is available. Device manager is there, network manager is there, file manager is there, memory manager is there, process manager is there. Okay. So finally, what I want to do is, what I want to do. Tell Vishal, you tell. What is the ultimate aim? I want to utilize them for my purpose. So what I want?
Basically, if you want to share some data with your peers, we can go with that.
Don't go in depth. I'm asking in a common way. If a laptop is there, means what I want. Basically, what sort of view I want. I want a user interface, right?
I want a service.
User interface.
Okay.
Until now, we spoke about the things which happens inside the computer and which happens behind the software. I want a user interface, memory, CPU. These are the processes which I have told you. It acts behind. If the user interface is not there, it is impossible for me to give the job or receive the output from the system. So, yeah. So user interface, that is nothing but your monitor screen which displays it in a very easy way to access. Okay. Browser is there, music folder is there, like that. The user interface should be in a efficient way. Efficient, it seems that it should not be difficult way or complicated. So if you ask someone to come and sit in the monitor for the first time, while I was doing in your stage, I'm not aware of it. While I was doing 10th standard, if I saw the computer, I don't even know where is the power button. So at that time, I was not known or exposed to that type of interface. And day by day, when I learned something, it became easier. Okay, so it should be easier and easily communicatable to the user who is sitting in front of the monitor. So only many platforms like YouTube, WhatsApp, and Facebook, many illiterates. It should not be the word illiterate. I am taking back my word. And a person who doesn't know have any knowledge over that platform is even using that platform now. For example, Facebook. Okay, if they expose to their Facebook application through the mobile application, means now user friendly. Even Facebook is available in our mother tongue itself. Hindi is there, Tamil is there, and English is there. So it is giving the user interaction free platform. So that is very much important in operating system. Those things are happen through operating systems only. For example, if a person is using a mobile phone, he doesn't know English, means he can use it in the Tamil operating system is also available. Okay, so user friendly should be. Whatever the things happens behind is in a very complex way. The user, if they are using it only, it will be a successful product. If it is not a user friendly, means that product will not be successful. See, in future also, if you are developing some products for a company, or you are developing some OS or some your projects itself, maybe if you are doing a project. And Vishal, may I know what project you have done? Tell any.
I can't get you, sir.
Tell your project. Any project which you have done. Any project work. In last year you have done.
So, I've worked in creating some APIs for backend to communicate.
Of course, API. Exactly, you have worked in the API. What sort of work is there? API is application programming interface, right? It is a application programming interface. Okay, you have worked in the back end. If you are taking that to the user, means will it be applicable for the user to work on your system directly?
No, sir.
No. Before that,
means we will provide an interface for them, so that we'll provide an interface for them so that they can understand what's going on.
Is that interface will be applicable for the general purpose user?
No, sir.
Success of a product. If you are for a project, you have done it in that way, so it will be good, because in that you are working on the efficiency, on the usability of the product, and something better results you'll be giving. Okay. While coming to the market, everything depends upon the human related activity one. Okay. For that, user interface is highly important. So if you are converting your product into a commercial or a, you can give it for free also if you want others to use it. Means user friendly way you should give the interface and connect that to your API. Okay.
Okay, sir.
User friendly is very much important term in terms of software. In technology, user friendly is not that means that product will not be success. Even Amazon AWS cloud system is there, and many Google cloud services is there. In that those things, they have created and changing their platform, which is easily understandable and user friendly. That those who have very less knowledge in that platform, those who have only English knowledge, that can use that cloud service easily, because many CEOs are not that much technically strong. So if they want to manage their account, means they can use the Amazon Web Service directly. So what they are doing is they are making it day by day. The user friendly mode is being increased in all products. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So in this picture, if you are having a text file and you are dragging that and putting it in your folder which is available in your desktop, okay? How long
Okay,
you
sir.
to do this work? Just in a millisecond you can do it, right? Immediately, within a second you
Yes,
can
sir.
drop it, okay? But the process happening behind this is a very big process in your computer. Okay, that user-friendly and user-free interface is provided by the operating system. If this is not there, if operating system is not there, if you want to locate that file, you need to put that file in this folder. You should also locate this folder, and you should give the command put inside read write format. Everything you should give, but that operating system has given you lot of leverages to do such works. Okay.
Yes, sir.
And all this combined only you will have a efficient operating system. With this we can wind up for the break. And after break we can meet, and the break timing will be how long you need a break time, guys? Come back after 15 minutes, okay?
Okay, sir.
And at lunch I'll be giving you a small task. That is a basic task. Everyone can do it. That is not a technical related. It's something information gathering. You can do it, okay? And I will be giving in that lunch break. And as of now, it is 10:41. We can exactly after 15 minutes we can join the meeting. Bye. Now we can see everyone is there. We can see the multitasking operating system. Okay, batch system is will do the single task, and now we are going to see the multitasking video operating system. Do you have any idea about the multitasking video? Sorry, operating system. If you know anything, means you can if you can share. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I have a doubt. Is multitasking and multi-programming or different or same? Yeah. How come it differs? Okay. No, no, no. Kernel level. Okay.
Can I have a try, sir?
Actually, I didn't come to the multi-processing environment itself. I asked multi-programming and multitasking, both comparison only. I want. Multi-processing is the next level of this. We can see it later because it is completely inside the processor. Okay. You can tell multi-programming and multitasking. What do you know about that? You can tell. Okay, one side if you are playing a music, on other side you are working on the document, like that. That is multitasking, right? Hello? Yeah. You tell. Two things. Okay, then. Okay. I have another one question. We saw the batch operating system now. Is it in use right now also, or batch operating system? Is it used now? Obviously, batch operating system, a concept is used means it is a batch operating system only. Okay. Okay, fine. We can give a chance for some other person to answer these questions. Okay. Can I ask Pranav Kumar Jain? Pranav Kumar, are you there? Oh, I think he's not there. And who else we can call? Harshini. Harshini?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell the answer for me the question whether the batch OS is used currently or not, and if currently it is in use, in which type of system it has been used?
Batch OS, sir.
Yeah, we saw the video na, related to batch OS. That exactly the same OS.
No, sir. I don't get the question, sir.
Okay, fine. I will tell you. Okay, batch OS is currently in used in supercomputers and mainframe computers that are using batch OS. Okay, you know supercomputers where it is used. How many supercomputers are there in India? You have any idea? World's number one supercomputer where is available?
No, sir. No idea.
It's in Google. World's top supercomputer is in Google, and now in India, supercomputer is developed and used in a CDAC company. CDAC is a government organization, and the supercomputer is there, and the organization is connected with some other SITS organization, ACTS SITS. That also a security organization of the central government. They are having a supercomputer in India. Okay, they are using batch OS in supercomputers. If we have the supercomputer, many people want to use it, then what they will do is they will get the account, use an account, you can submit a job, but your job is going to sit and wait in the queue. This is the purpose. In supercomputer, you cannot give a job and you can get it soon. You need to wait, and because that computer is very highly costly. How to say? We cannot, even a government cannot afford more than one supercomputer. Then see how much it is. Okay. The drawback with that is no interactivity will be there, starvation will be there, CPU will be in idle for some time. Starvation. What is the meaning of the starvation here? Do you have any idea about it? Ananda Narayanan? Starvation. In this operating system, what is the meaning of starvation? Okay, we can stop with this. Okay, you don't go think in the aspect of operating system.
Okay.
English word starvation. What is starvation?
Inavailability of something.
Inavailability.
Of food. Food in specific, you will say starvation.
Yeah, you'll be hungry. You'll be starving.
Starving.
Okay. If I'm not allowing you for lunch for at 1 o'clock, means you will be starving for until I leave you. Okay.
Yeah.
That is, you'll be keep on waiting when he will live, when he will live. That type of thing is called starving. That starving only happens in the batch OS, because if one process is going on running inside, other process will be waiting. That waiting time is termed here as a starvation time. Okay, that is starvation. CPU will be idle for some time. Okay, here why the CPU is idle for some time? You can tell that I have given the job inside. Inside the job is going on. Why the CPUs need to be idle for some time? What is the reason?
Maybe like a cool down period or something. Sir.
No, not exactly. Actually, as I told you, a process will be having the CPU job and also the IO job. Okay, the process should be simultaneously happen in supercomputers or mainframe computers. If a very big job is given, means what is the batch OS is used, and what is the purpose of that batch is means one job is given inside means it will complete the job entirely and then only next job will be coming inside. Okay, in that time, what happens if the CPU work is done? That work will be given to the IO. Then IO will be going on. In that time, CPU will be idle. In our system, that time will be utilized by the CPU. But in batch OS, that's at that time CPU will be idle. So at that time, the CPU idle is a drawback. Okay, why we need to waste the resource? Okay.
Okay.
Fine. This is the only thing I thought of conveying it to you. Batch OS is still in use in supercomputers and mainframe computers. Okay. And coming to the multi-programming, it is just an extension of the batch processing. What is the extension of the batch OS means? It is a multi-programming. So here, whenever a job goes into the IO device, then CPU will take other job and process it. As I told you, in batch OS, CPU will be in idle stage. Okay, but here it will go to the if IO process is going on means in multi-programming that CPU will be utilized for some other process. This is called multi-programming. This makes the term multi-programming. Okay, using multi-programming, the CPU will be used efficiently as long as there are jobs which does not need any IO. CPU will always be busy. If a job is completely CPU oriented job, IO will be idle and CPU will be busy. If the job is having IO operations means that IO operation utilization time and CPU idle time will be there. In multi-programming, that CPU idle time will be allocated for the next job. Until that idle time, the next job will be running in that CPU. When that IO process is completed, that person will come here and this processing P2 process will be truncated and it will be going for the waiting stage. For example, we can take the scenario. Okay, what type of scenario we can use it? Yeah, dressing room is there. In a textile showroom, dressing room is there. Okay, you are the main customer. You and they have allotted you whether the dressing room will be good. No, this example doesn't suit say exactly. I will find some other example and tell you. Okay, for example, okay, you are sitting in a chair. For example, you are sitting in a chair where fan is there. Around you, no. In all chairs, no fan is there. No, every places. Okay, in that chair is meant for you. Okay, and if someone is sitting around, you are doing some work from that chair. Okay, in between you have some other work and you went there. Some other person, okay, this many times I am feeling very sweaty. So can I sit here for some time like that? That person is asking, okay, you can sit. That place is the CPU. You will go outside and do the IO operations and come back. If you come back, that person will get up and leave you that place because that is your place and that is your work is not done. Okay. So until you do, that person will be waiting. And after the completion of the process, if you go, again that person will be sitting there and do his work by sitting inside that chair. Is this example clear for you, Pranav Kumar? Pranav, are you there? Please let me know whether this explanation is clear for you, or else I will identify some other example. Hello, Pranav was not there. Aparna?
Yes, sir, it was clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you for conveying the message. And multi-programming, you are clear now? Multi-programming is clear. It is nothing but if the CPU is idle in batch OS, CPU will be idle. In multi-programming, that CPU idle time will be utilized for some other purpose. Okay, what is the advantage of this multi-programming? We may not keep the CPU idle. CPU will be busy all the time. So CPU utilization will be 100%. Using this, efficiency will be improved, which was not available in the batch time. In batch time, efficiency is very less, but here the efficiency will be improved. Okay, after this, what is the emergence? So first batch OS is there. Okay, I would like to play the video regarding the multi-programming operating systems. Okay, we have discussed the topics. I will play the video, and after some time we can go for the next topic. Because entirely we are speaking means it will be not clear. I need to give you the pictorial representation.
Channel Making IT Simple. In previous videos we saw about operating system and batch operating system, which is a type of operating system. You can find it here if you have not watched it yet. And also there are links in description. Today in this video we are going to learn about one more type of operating system, which is multi-programming operating system. Without wasting any time, let's start the video. So first let's take a look at the definition. In a multi-programming system, two or more user programs can be in memory and are executed one after another. So before simplifying the definition, let us see what was the reason for multi-programming operating system. As we have seen in previous video, early operating systems would execute one program at a time. One program was loaded into the RAM, that is main memory, and the CPU would execute it. Until the program is executed completely, no other program was executed. The problem behind this was, when a program required some input-output operation, or some other operation, or it requires to access some file, it would move out of the CPU for that particular operation. So when that would happen, CPU remained idle, and CPU utilization was very low. So now we will see how multi-programming operating system works, and how multi-programming operating system overcame the CPU utilization problem. In multi-programming operating system, multiple programs, or processes which are to be executed are loaded into the main memory. Operating system will then assign the process P1 to the CPU. The CPU will start execution of P1. CPU will complete the execution of P1 completely and then go to process P2, unless P1 is interrupted by external factor or it goes for input-output operation. If P1 is interrupted, then operating system assigns next job, say P2, to the CPU. The CPU then starts execution on P2. Whenever the P1 completes its operation and comes back for execution, CPU is allocated for that process and then P1 is executed. And then other processes are executed one by one in same fashion. Let us consider a real-life example, Let's say you are a school teacher, and you need to take oral exam of students, as per their roll numbers, which contains 10 questions. You start with first student, ask all 10 questions, and then move on to the second one. You ask 5 questions, and student asks you for a washroom break, you give him permission and he leaves. Now time is important for you, and you can't waste any time as you need to complete the exams for whole class. So you move on to the third student, and start his or her 10 questions. When the previous student returns, you complete his remaining 5 questions. Then move on to the fourth, and so on. Same is done in multi-programming operating system. CPU does not remain idle, it will be in working state every time until there is no process for execution. Let's see with a proper example. Let us consider there are 3 processes. First, operating system will allocate CPU for process 1, CPU will start the execution. Let's say P1 does not require to go out for any operation, so CPU will execute P1 completely. As P1 is executed, it will be removed from the main memory. Now operating system will allocate CPU for process 2, CPU will start its execution. Let's say P2 requires some input-output operation, the CPU will stop the execution for P2. P2 will go out of CPU for the operation. Now the CPU will not wait for P2 to finish its operation. Operating system will allocate process 3 to the CPU, and CPU will start the execution on P3, and will execute P3 until P2 comes back. Once P2 comes back, it will stop execution of P3, and start executing P2, and after executing P2 completely, it will go for P3 and execute P3 completely. This way, CPU never remains idle until it completes all processes. And this is how multi-programming works and overcomes the problem of low CPU utilization. The problem which we faced in previous operating system, that CPU remains idle for a long time and is underutilized, this problem is solved in multi-programming operating system. CPU never remains idle and is completely utilized. The ultimate goal of multi-programming operating system is to keep CPU busy as long as there are processes waiting for execution. Let's see the advantages and disadvantages of multi-programming operating system. Advantages are as following. First is CPU utilization is maximum and CPU never remains idle. Second is short-time jobs are executed faster. Third is resources are used efficiently. Fourth is response time is shorter. Disadvantages are following. First is it is difficult to program a system because of complicated schedule handling. Second is due to high load of tasks, long time jobs have to wait long. In this video we saw how a multi-programming operating system works, and how it overcame the disadvantages which were present in previous operating system. If you have any doubts or queries or suggestions, comment them down below. If you loved the video and got to learn anything from
Hello. Karan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I don't know. Your name is appearing 2 times. Sorry. Okay, that's fine. What do you learn from this video? Is that a given example clear? Because I might have given some rough example, but they have given a clear example of asking questions to the student and the break he went and came back. Is that clear to you?
Sir, your voice is breaking, sir. Can you repeat the question, sir?
Right. 1 second. Is it audible now?
Yes, sir. It is now clear, sir.
Okay. Actually, I asked about the example what he have given. The example about the school student asking the questions to the school student and leaving in the middle, and he came back. Is that clear to you?
Yes, sir. It is clear, sir. It's basically engaging the processor to. In terms of processor, it doesn't. The process, the scheduler doesn't allow the processor to sit idle. Instead, it puts the the one that is going out for a break in a queue like a structure, and then continuing with the other programs.
Mm.
And when the process, for example, when we convert this like when we want to open three files, when one file the program is open, but the file IO it has to wait, goes for the next file to open that specific program. And when the file IO from the first program gets completed, that will get executed, and then the second will get second program will execute. This
Okay.
is some interpretations.
Yeah. Okay. Fine. And okay, thank you. I will give some other to answer. Sachin, are you there? Sachin? Shakil?
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you tell what are the advantages listed in this video? I don't want to say exactly what advantage you have observed from this presentation and from our discussion. What advantages you have observed from multi-programming?
The CPU utilization, sir. Like in the before one, there was not complete usage of CPU, sir. The CPU had to remain
That
idle.
for yes, CPU is idle. Here, that is replaced, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay. Here the
And
CPU busy at all time.
yes, sir. And
Yeah.
it was more about the CPU only, sir. Like
CPU.
how effective they use the CPU, and like the disadvantages were if longer tasks are assigned, it takes a long time to complete them.
Yeah, the advantage is the shorter jobs will be completed soon, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. And one main property of this advantage is you can term it as resource utilization. The available resource is utilized efficiently. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next, we can go for multitasking. This someone will be having you'll be having a multitasking knowledge. Okay, I will ask Ritik Pavan. Ritik Pavan, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you tell something about multitasking operating system? You don't need to give multitasking operating system exactly. You can tell multitasking. What is multitasking?
We can perform many operations in same time, sir.
Exactly. Okay, while it comes to the operating system, now you tell, compare with the operating system, what are the multitasking you are doing now?
I am opening many many browsers at the same time, sir. I'm
Yeah,
running programs,
now you may be
software.
having the Google Meet in the left half and right half, you'll be playing games like that. Multitasking you can do with your system now.
Yes, sir.
Are you doing that now?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. You proceed.
Sir, one doubt, sir.
Yeah.
You said no that supercomputers were using batch operating system, sir.
Yes.
In batch operating system, there is a disadvantages of not using CPU only, sir. But why then supercomputers were using that batch operating system?
The reason is that computer will not have huge multitasking work. Okay, supercomputer will be used for a single purpose. Why the supercomputer is used means in a company or a very big, if Google is having a very big company, they can have acres of warehouse of servers. Okay, servers and data warehouse, everything will be there. But the supercomputer is something different. In computer field, supercomputing is looking like a king. Okay, they even know. What do you say? I will tell you. Many features are not available in the Rolls-Royce car. Okay, Even a car, which is a Kia Motors, given the Internet of Cars. Okay, but Rolls Royce is highly important and costlier, and it is not affordable. Why? What is the reason? Many features are not available in the Rolls Royce.
Because it looks so premium, sir. Because many of the rich guys were purchasing that Rolls Royce. It makes his fame.
Like that only, the device which you are holding in your hand, mobile device, is having lot of features comparing to your laptop.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
So likewise only the supercomputer also, it is having a specific kind of job which we might not know. Okay, for that they are utilizing that. See, if you are developing OS means that OS should adapt for that single computer.
Okay, sir.
If Microsoft is developing different versions and of Windows operating systems means they are earning money. They are providing it for millions of users, million and billions of users are affording Microsoft systems. Okay, and many business profits are made using this. But that supercomputer is specifically for doing a single concept, and confidential works only will be done in that supercomputer.
Okay,
They cannot use other operating system. If you are using a Microsoft Windows means your system will be tracked completely by the Windows operating system service provider. They can easily take the data from your computer when your computer is connected with the internet. Is it possible? It is possible, na?
Okay, okay, sir.
Like that only, no private softwares or open source softwares will be allowed inside. For that system, specific batch OS will be available. That OS will be developed and managed by that team only for that computer. Okay.
Okay, okay, sir.
So it is not user friendly because it is not open for the users at all. It will be accessed by the scientist or developers of that say specific task. Some confidential informations will be running behind that. Some huge data will be processed in that supercomputer. That supercomputer is not in use commercially. Okay, so only India is having only one supercomputer. Google is having only one supercomputer. Why they can produce it and sell it to customers? Na? Why they are not doing it? It is not necessary. Okay, the time when the computer emerged from when batch OS was there. See, batch OS it doesn't mean that it will be like the same OS from the past. Okay, batch OS it may be updated. There might be updated programs in it, and they will see at the time it was commercially used by the people, so we are given the information about it. But the batch OS which is used now, it will be highly developed version which will not be exposed to the other users because it might be hacked or duplicated. Okay.
Okay, okay, sir.
Whatever the things you release, it will be in a zero copy, not zero copy, 100% copy in China. If you are having a car, Innova car means the same type, same structures with highly efficient car will be there, but the logo will be different. Like that type only China for everything duplicated. Even a human also duplicated. Cloning is there. Everything is there. For that confidentiality also, they might be having that confidential system. Okay.
Okay,
So
okay, sir.
computer is a computer which for meant for different works. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, Karan has sent some message. I would like to read that. If the supercomputer is good for specific task, why not use for SIC? I'm not Karan. I have not that much. I didn't study about supercomputer. To be frank, okay, I will let you know about this tomorrow. What is supercomputer and what is it meant for? Thanks for this question.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Karan have asked. Okay, thank you. Can we move to the topic? Okay, multitasking is the extension of multiprocessing, where instead of providing access to one particular job, multitasking is performed. Job is different, task is different. Okay. And what is the advantage in that is, in this, interaction will be improved. In multiple job only will improve, but in the multitasking, interaction also improve. As I told you, on one side you can speak with your friend, on the other side you can do some other works. I want a real time and the famous example for. I would ask someone here. I might have known. Sajid, essay. Sajid?
Hello, sir.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me one famous example for multitasking system?
Multitasking system.
Yeah, everyone will be having, you guys will be having, which is famous nowadays. It is trending. Any guess?
I don't know, sir.
Have you played a PUBG game?
Yes, sir.
It's multitasking, right? You
Sir?
can PUBG game.
Yes, I know, sir.
It is multitasking, right? You can play the game, you can interact with your friends, you can speak with them.
Yes, sir.
Multitasking only, na? Everything is happening at the same time.
Yes, sir.
Huh?
Same application.
Yeah. In that, what are the different types of job you are doing? Game is ultimate, okay. But what are the different types of job you are doing inside that game?
Sir, microphone is turned on and speaker is turned on.
Okay.
And the server, like I'm playing here, and other people will be in the lobby. So even their avatar should be synced in the same lobby. So a particular server is working on it, and while matching, 100 people has to join. So another server, the server works to match for the same competitor.
Okay, fine. Now multitasking is clear for you now. This is the actual example. While coming to the operating system, you will be having a different example in the following video. Okay, I will play the video for you.
Hello guys. Welcome you all to this new and exciting video on my channel, Making IT Simple. Today when we work on laptops or PC we work on multiple programs at a time. We work on some Word document, play music, surf internet through browser, and many more all at the same time. This all is possible because we have multitasking operating system. Today in this video we are going to learn about it, which is one type of operating system. In previous videos we have seen videos on operating system, and few types of operating system. You can find them here. And also, so without wasting any time let's start the video. So in the previous video we saw about multi-programming operating system, where multiple programs are loaded in main memory and CPU executes one process completely, and then moves to next process until previous process is not interrupted. In that case CPU moves to next process and does not wait for interrupted process. Multitasking operating system is the logical extension of multi-programming. Multitasking is based on same concept of multi-programming but with some improvements. Let's start with the definition. Multitasking is an operating system, which allows user to perform more than one computer task, that can be a program, or a process, or a thread at a time. Multitasking is also called time-sharing operating system. Let's simplify the definition. When you are using multiple programs, all these programs or processes are loaded into the main memory. Now processes are assigned specific quantum of time. Let's say time quantum is 6 nanoseconds. So CPU will execute first process for 6 nanoseconds, then move to next process which also will be executed for 6 nanoseconds, then the third one, and so on. After the last one, again the first will be executed for 6 nanoseconds. Time quantum is the period of time for which a process is allowed to run. The multitasking operating system does the switching so fast, that it feels like all processes are running parallel. And because it is so fast, we users are able to work on multiple programs conveniently. Let's understand the concept with the help of same example we saw, in multi-programming operating system. Consider you are a school teacher. And you have to take oral examination of students, by asking them 4 questions each. You decide that I will ask each student only 2 questions at a time. You start with the first student, ask him 2 questions. There are 2 more questions left but you move to the second student. Ask the second student 2 questions, and move on to the third. Again ask the third student 2 questions, and move forward. You go on to the last student and ask 2 questions. Now again start with the first student, ask him third and fourth question. As you have decided that 2 questions at a time, you move to second student and ask third and fourth. Then move on to third and go on to the last one. Now each student's questions are completed. Same as this teacher takes oral exam of students, multitasking OS executes processes using specific time quantum. Now let's see how exactly it works. Let's say there are 3 processes. Each process having particular time required for execution, and 5 nanoseconds of time quantum is defined. Operating system assigns first process to the CPU. CPU executes the process for 5 nanoseconds, and stops execution for process 1. Now process 1 has 10 nanoseconds of execution left. Then the operating system assigns second process to the CPU. CPU executes it for 5 nanoseconds and stops execution. Now the process 2 has 5 nanoseconds of execution left. Then the operating system assigns third process to the CPU. CPU executes it for 5 nanoseconds and stops execution. Now the process 3 has 15 nanoseconds of execution left. Then the operating system again assigns first process to the CPU. CPU executes it for 5 nanoseconds and stops execution. Now the process 1 has 5 nanoseconds of execution left. Then the operating system assigns second process to the CPU. CPU executes it for 5 nanoseconds and stops execution. Now the process 2 has completed its execution, as it was executed for 10 nanoseconds. Now it will be removed from the memory. Then the operating system assigns third process to the CPU. CPU executes it for 5 nanoseconds and stops execution. Now the process 3 has 10 nanoseconds of execution left. Then the operating system again assigns first process to the CPU. CPU executes it for 5 nanoseconds and stops execution. Now the process 1 completes its execution completely for 15 nanoseconds. Now it will be removed from the memory. Then the operating system assigns third process to the CPU. CPU executes it for 5 nanoseconds and stops execution. Now the process 3 has 5 nanoseconds of execution left. Then the operating system again assigns third process to the CPU, as no other process is present in memory. CPU executes it for 5 nanoseconds and stops execution. Now the process 3 also completes its execution, which was of 20 nanoseconds. And it will also get removed from the memory. This is how processes are executed in the multitasking or time-sharing operating system. It is different from multi-programming operating system. Hope you have understood the working clearly. So today in this video we saw about multitasking operating system, and how really it works. If you have any doubts or queries, or have any suggestions on the video, please comment down them below. If you learned something from this video,
Rohita? Rohita? I think Rohita is not there. Sanapandi Svetan Reddy. Rohita, is your audio is not playing? Because your mic is not messaging. Can speak it now. Okay, I would like to call Karan. Karan, please come online.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what you asked in that round robin algorithm?
Sir, the example showed in the video
Okay.
interprets round robin algorithm.
Yeah, of course it will be, because I have given it's just the introduction. In second unit only, the process, algorithms, everything will be coming. Okay. Hello.
Okay, sir.
Okay, and regarding the supercomputers, I have some stuff for you. Give some informations. Okay, supercomputer in which departments it have been used means weather forecasting. Okay, weather forecasting, oceanic and satellite. Everything is there now for rain prediction, disaster management. In that field, weather forecasting supercomputer used, and other than that, supercomputer is used in NASA and many European organizations are using supercomputers for nuclear research. Okay, for scientific research activities, supercomputers are used, and intelligent agencies in many governments will be using this supercomputers for transferring the highly confidential military data, for transferring from one country to other country, like that, capturing citizens' details from a single place. For this, supercomputers are used. Another thing is for data mining purpose, it is used. These are all the use of supercomputers. And other thing is, what is special in this supercomputer is, it will be using the concept of quantum. Okay, what is the speed of your laptop current?
4 gigahertz. 4 gigahertz.
Gigahertz. Okay, and gigahertz you have mentioned like that. In supercomputers, the term will be in qubits. You know, qubits. It will be quantum channel will be there inside that computer. Okay, your data will be will not flow on bits. It will flow in qubits. It is several times faster than a normal data flow. Okay, Google have created that quantum supremacy. That is the name of the Google's company. They are highly efficient. Okay, that is a Google's product. And coming to the India's supercomputer. India's supercomputer in India, it is in top 500. India's supercomputer is 23rd one. Okay, it is ranking 20. In world class, the supercomputer holders will be having the ranking that whose computer is faster, like that. In that, India is third one. Okay, and Cray XC40 is the number one supercomputer based. Its name is Pratyush. And one highlighting term I need to tell you. The number one supercomputer is Titan, the supercomputer built by Cray. I told you, no? Cray, the term. That has a product called Titan. It is the fastest supercomputer in this world. And it cost around 60 million US dollars. It is owned by the US government. It is funded by the Department of Energy. Are you clear? Is it okay regarding the supercomputers?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for asking the question. Then we can go for the multiprocessing. I would, Karan, thank you for the questions. And now I like some other person to interact in this session. I will call Santosh. Santosh Prasad. Are you there? Santosh? Santosh? Yes, not there. Rahul Sai? Okay, Santosh, you just text what do you have any idea about the multiprocessing? You just type it in the text box so that I can view it. Everyone can view it, okay? And I would like to call Rahul Prasad. Are you there, Rahul Prasad? Rahul? Guys, please be interactive. The session should not be boring. Naveen Kumar? Naveen Kumar? Megha? Naveen Kumar, please tell what you know about multiprocessing. In the comments itself, you can tell. Megha is now there. Manoj? Manoj? Lingesh?
Sir?
Yeah. Lingesh, can you tell something about multiprocessing? What you know about multiprocessing?
Sir, that can do multiple tasks, sir.
Multiple tasks. Multiple tasks can be performed, right?
Yeah, yes, sir.
And what is multitasking? And what is multiprocessing? What is the difference? As we discussed before, we got a clash between the terms that multi-programming, multitasking, and multiprocessing, right? Multi-programming is nothing but utilizing the CPU, which is idle. Multitasking is doing multiple tasks at the same time, and the multiprocessing is doing multiple process inside the CPU. It comes in the hardware process, okay?
Okay, sir.
It comes like a process. Instead of having one CPU, you will be having lots of CPU in the same computer. For example, at the beginning, we had a one-core processor. One second, Naveen Kumar has sent a message. You can read that. Suppose use of two or more CPUs in the same devices. Multiprocessor is the use of CPU cores to perform two or more processes. Okay, fine. Good. Instead of having one processor inside the CPU or a computer, we will be having multiple. Okay. The advantages of this CPU is many jobs may process, many job processes will be processed simultaneously. See, one job will be doing that, other job will be working in the other sorry. If CPU is there and the IO device is idle, means that IO operations will be done. Okay, IO is busy and the CPU process will be, CPU process will be done. If I am having multiple processor, CPU means no problem at all for me. I can process as many jobs I need on those CPUs. Okay. It should, if I am having three processor means I can run 3 jobs simultaneously. That is multi-processing, which means parallelism is improved in multiprocessing. Parallelly, I can do 2 works or 3 works, anything at the same time I can implement. If the single computer has many CPU, that is called as the multiprocessing environment. It is also similar to having multi-computer, but the concept is bit costly. As I told you, supercomputer is there. Na? In that, definitely it won't have a single CPU. It will be having a many CPU. So the cost also increases. Okay. Based on what our system is rated. Okay. This question I will ask to Lingesh Kumar. Lingesh Kumar, are you there? Lingesh Kumar?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please tell on what basis your laptop is rated? Who fixes the price and what improves the price of your laptop?
Processor.
Processor, exactly. You can afford a laptop with i3 processor, but touchscreen will be there, fingerprint biometric will be there, retina scanner, high definition camera, well built metal fabric body, everything will be there. But if the processor is i3 processor means the price will be less. Okay, Lingesh, if you consider a laptop with no biometric and camera definition is very less and it is having a normal 1 TB or 1 TB, nowadays 1 TB is a normal configuration for a hardware. And if the laptop is having i7 8th generation processor,
Okay,
will
sir.
it be costly?
Sir?
Will it be costlier than the previous version which specification?
Yes, sir. Definitely, sir.
Because the processor is highly rated product in your laptop. If any other, you may have whatever the features you have in your laptop may be high definition, everything may be available, but the processor cost is high based on the okay, let him speak. Based on the version of the processor. Okay, i7 8th gen is the topmost which is available for the laptops nowadays, and high configured processors also available. But why I'm telling this example means here if we increase the number of CPU, the cost of the product will be increased. It cannot be affordable by the people. It cannot be afforded. They can buy it if the cost is. I am working in a company for 1 lakh rupees. Can I afford a laptop for 1 crore rupees? It is impossible. I can afford maximum 3 to 4 lakhs laptop means I can. If I want to give that much workload to that lap means I can afford it. Like that only. The purpose is not necessary. So this multi-processing system is rarely available as supercomputer. Okay. The advantages of this multiprocessing is throughput can be increased. I want to know what is throughput. Throughput is nothing but the number of jobs which are going to be finished per unit. That is called throughput value. You can in research or while giving the demonstration and evaluating your product, you may have the term throughput value. That throughput value is nothing but it will be having a small mathematical calculation. It means that number of jobs which are going to be finished per unit time. In future, you will be predicting based on now. If I am doing now 1 job in 1 minute means in future, these many jobs in how many minutes I will finish. That value is called as the throughput value. And other advantages, reliability also increases. If one CPU fails, the job will be sent to the other CPU. But if you look at the other computer, other programs, other computer or other programming environments, there we have only one CPU. Almost every computer is now, but nowadays almost every computer is a multi-core processor. For example, multi-core means inside the CPU it's a dual core. One CPU is there, there will be a dual core. Qual core means 4 CPUs. Octa core means 8 CPUs. Like this, CPUs. One CPU fails means that job will be alerted to others. So there is the failure rate is very less in latest systems. But in old ones, there will be only one processor. If it fails means the entire system crashes. There will not be time for the recovery also. Multiprocessor is the popular environment now. There are therefore, anyway, multiprocessor can be combined with multiprogramming. How it can be combined? Nivedita? Nivedita, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how we can combine multi-programming with multi-processing?
Sir?
How we can combine multi-programming with multi-processing?
So your voice is breaking.
How we can combine multi-programming with multi-processing? Is it clear now? Hello?
Sir?
You are audible now for me. You can tell the answer. How we can combine multi-programming with multi-processing? Both can be combined. How it is possible?
Sir, you are asking how can we combine multi-programming and multi-processing, sir?
Yeah, possibility. Because what? Okay, simply I will get the answer from you. You tell what is multi-programming?
Multi-programming means uh, the CPU utilizing the CPU time efficiently, sir.
Okay. Then come now you come to the multi-processing. What is multi-processing?
Multi-processing means having two or more CPUs in a single system.
Okay. When we combine these two things, our efficiency level will be improved. Okay. In multi-programming, the main goal of the multi-programming is not to keep the CPU idle. Okay. But the main goal of the multi-processing is having more number of CPUs. If they both combine means all the CPUs will be keep on utilized and the processing speed will be increased and the job will be done in a fraction of seconds. This is the way of combining the concept multi-programming and multi-processing. Okay,
Yes, sir.
clear? Are you clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now I will play the multi-processing demonstration video. In that, you will be saying example. It will be informative.
Sir, audio, sir. Still can't hear, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I will switch off my voice, and if I will play now, you check once again. If the audio is not audible, means please. Okay. You just tell your voice is audible to me. You can speak. Okay.
Okay, sir. No, sir. We don't hear anything.
Not audible, sir.
It is not. Audio is not visible. I don't. Audible.
Try representing, sir. Stop presenting and represent.
Okay. Okay. I will try. Just close the old ones.
Hello everyone.
Is it
Let's
audible now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. It is, sir.
Okay. Okay.
consider we have to perform 4 tasks at the same time. What can we do? We need 4 CPUs, that means we need 4 PCs to perform 4 tasks at the same time. Is this a good option? No, it is not. What if we can do all these in one computer? This is what we are going to see in this video. We are going to learn about multiprocessing operating system. If you have not seen previous videos on operating system and types of operating system, you can watch it here, and there are links in description. So without wasting any time, let's start the video. Let's start with the definition. Multiprocessing operating refers to the use of 2 or more central processing units, that is CPU, within a single computer system. These multiple CPUs are in close communication, sharing the computer bus, memory, and other peripheral devices. Let's simplify the concept. You must have heard of dual-core or quad-core processor. There can be 2, 4, or many processors. All these processors share the same memory and input-output devices. All the processes are loaded into the main memory. Let's consider a 2-processor system. Operating system assigns process to each CPU. Each CPU work on separate process, which makes the processing very fast. After completing the execution of processes, they are removed from the main memory. After this, the operating system assigns new process to the CPUs. Both the CPU start the execution of the process which is assigned to them. This is done until all processes are executed. So by doing this, the system with 2 CPUs will execute the work 2 times faster than single processor system. Let's understand the concept with an example. Let's say there are 3 divisions of first standard students, and we need to take oral exams of each division. Let's say we only have a single teacher. What will happen? he needs to take the exam of Division A, then of Division B, and then of Division C. If there is only one teacher, then he will take a lot of time and efforts to complete the exams. But what if we assign 3 teachers for exams? We will have a teacher for every division. Then the time required for conducting the exam will be very less. And there will not be any load on any one particular teacher. Same we can say about multiprocessing operating system. Multiple processors help to improve the speed and reliability of the system, as the work gets divided between multiple processors. There are 2 types of multiprocessor operating system. One is symmetric and other one is asymmetric. Let's first see about the symmetric one. In symmetric, all the CPUs have equal rights. There is no master-slave architecture. Each CPU has the right to execute any process. Each CPU can access the memory, input-output devices or any other resources. This is called symmetric multiprocessing. In short, one operating system controls all CPU and all CPU have equal rights. Now let's see about asymmetric multiprocessing. This is somewhat opposite of symmetric. There is master-slave architecture present in this. Instead of giving all rights to all processors, we can make one a master and then it can decide which processor can perform which task. Many times if all processors access input-output devices or memory or any other hardware, the designing of such connections gets difficult and the production cost for circuit design also gets high. So to prevent this, one processor is assigned for all interactions with input-output or memory or other hardware devices. And all other processors are used to improve the processing speed. So in any architecture where all CPUs don't have similar rights, this is called asymmetric multiprocessing. Let's see the advantages of multiprocessing operating system. First advantage is increased throughput. What is throughput? Throughput is amount of work completed in a unit of time. So when we have multiple processors available, we will complete more work in less time. So the throughput is increased in multiprocessing. Second advantage is increased reliability. This means that we can be more reliable or dependable on the system. How? If we have multiple processors, and if any one of the processor fails, or gets damaged, the work or processing will not stop, as other processors are still running. So the reliability is increased in multiprocessing. Third advantage is cost saving. If we are using a quad-core processor, that means 4 processors, we are doing same amount of work, we would do with 4 different single processor computers. But we get this all in one multiprocessor system, and cost is saved because we don't require multiple monitors or keyboards or memory or any other hardware. We just require multiple processors within a single computer system. So multiprocessing is definitely cost saving. Fourth advantage is parallel processing. In multiprogramming and multitasking, we saw that processor works so fast that we feel like all processes are running parallel. But it works at one process at a time, as one processor can work on only one process at a time. But in multiprocessing operating system, we can say that there is parallel processing, as multiple processors work on multiple processes at the same time. So the multiprocessing operating system gives parallel processing. These are some advantages of multiprocessing operating system. So in today's video we saw about multiprocessing operating system, types of multiprocessing operating system, and advantages of multiprocessing system. If you have any doubts and queries or any suggestion related to the video, comment them down below. If you have not subscribed my channel yet, click the subscribe button and also press the bell icon to get new updates.
Hello students, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thiruvengadam, may I know what is the property of asymmetric multiprocessor? Hierarchical order, right? Like that, right? Hierarchical or no, master and slave. Okay, proceed. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the answer. And Kisan, are you there, Kisan?
Hello, sir. Yes, sir.
Hello?
Hello.
Kisan, speak somewhat louder.
Am I audible, sir?
Yeah,
Hello.
that's
Yeah.
enough. Okay, can you tell if a CPU fails in a asymmetric multiprocessing, what happens?
The other CPUs will be utilized, sir.
No, it happens in symmetric multiprocessing. If asymmetric multiprocessing is a master and slave. If a master gives the job for 3 slave CPUs, if the one CPU fails, means that job is failed. Okay, as we saw in the video, there is a structure. If a 4 CPU means it's a 4 structure interconnected, so the job will be connected to others. It is a master and slave means it will be like a tree, binary tree, like that tree. The slave will be having a single job. If it fails, that slave will be giving a specific job for him only. If it fails, that process in that processor will be failed. That is a drawback. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Manoj. Kisan, thank you, Kisan. Manoj, are you there? Oh, Manoj, audio is not possible. Okay. Manoj, please send me the answer for the chatbot that in symmetrical multiprocessing, if failure occurs, what will happen? You just type it and send it. Okay. And now I will call Nivedita. Nivedita, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell me some advantage of symmetrical multiprocessing.
Advantages. If one CPU fails, also the other CPU continues the work, sir.
Okay. Is that the only advantage? The advantage of the multiprocessing is symmetrical multiprocessing's advantage. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All the advantages of the multiprocessing here also. Throughput time increases.
Yes, sir.
Work will be done faster, and if in case of failure, other CPU will do the job. Okay, like that you can tell everything. Thank you for the answer. And Raj Lakshmanan, what he has told, it also shares the IO data path. Okay, yeah, it's good. And that's it for as of now. And after the lunch, we can see about the process management. I want what you feel about this class. Okay, can I ask someone? Naveen Kumar. Naveen Kumar is having message. He don't have a Karan. Karan, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how you feel as of now? Until now, is the class is okay for you? The way of presentation and the discussion is it okay for you? Can we move on with this?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No problem, sir.
No problem. Now, if you have any other feedbacks, means please let me know. Then only I will know. And regarding the task, I have a task for you now. After lunch, you can take and from now to after lunch, you can take some task. I want you to collect the cache and memory informations of your system what you are using now. Okay,
Okay.
The task I will display now, right?
There are 3 levels of caches. L1, L2, L3. L3 is following. One C container.
It is a type of assignment, a short-term assignment now. It is not a big task. It is a small task because hardware-related content we are discussing. So I'm giving this one. So I will share the presentation now. You can note it down and you can do it. And after lunch, you can. I will randomly ask someone to answer about that assignment, and you just
What are you
document
doing in my
it,
room,
it and
dirty
keep it with you. After opening the link in Google Classroom, you can upload those tasks as the assignment one. It is just a simple task. Okay, I will share my screen now so that you can view it. Share. Is it visible now? Hands on. Submit assignment on your laptop, PC, memory representation. The assignment should contain the following information: secondary memory, hard disk, primary memory. How many levels of cache is present in your laptop or PC? What is the memory of each level cache? And how many registers are used in your laptop or PC? Okay. Have you got it? If you have a paper or pen, or even you can take the screenshot and do this work. Just 5 points. And how you will collect this? Hello? I will point out some. Venkadam. Yeah, have you seen the hands-on presentation PPT display? Okay, how you will collect that? Do you have any idea? Sorry, in which way? You can you tell it again? Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Okay, you tried, and if it is not possible, you put your model in the internet, exact laptop model number, the product detail will give all these things. Okay, Aparna?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I want to know in the previous semester, you guys, whether you have studied any course related to Linux?
We need to talk.
Not exactly, sir. In the previous IoT course, we just learned some basic Linux commands to operate, to connect with the Raspberry Pi. So only that was partly taken in the last course.
Okay, are you guys aware of the VirtualBox, VMBox? Yeah, Trivenkam, tell. Okay, are you aware? Have you practiced it? Have you practiced it?
Yes, sir. In Kali Linux.
In Kali Linux. Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, what sort of Ubuntu operating system you guys are having now in your system? Are you using Windows or Linux? I want to know that.
Most of us have Windows, sir, but we have VMbox Linux.
You have it, okay?
Yeah.
Are you sure you have VMbox?
I like most of us. I don't know, sir. I have VMbox.
You have VMbox, okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Because others also need to have those things, now, so we need to make sure whether they have it or not. And Raj Lakshmi and CPUs, we can use it later. Yes, sir. Windows and in VirtualBox, Kali Linux. Okay. I want you guys to install Ubuntu 20 version. in that Linux. Okay, it is openly available. I want you to install those things. In that only we are going to work.
Sir, can we use WSL, sir?
That depends upon your convenient. I want a Linux platform. That's all.
Okay, sir.
Okay. That is okay. We in this entire course we are going to work with Linux only. The reason is everyone in see some of them will be having exposure to the Ubuntu Linux, but because of the user friendly lens, this Windows is not allowing us to learn Linux. You accept, Thiruvangadam, do you accept that? Hello. Okay, so for that reason only, in this course, completely we are going to work with Ubuntu Linux. Okay, and programming will be a C programming code. I will give you the code. You can implement the concept, problem explanation. After that, the code followed by that, the code will be there. And regarding the problem explanation, I will try to explain in the board. If it is not possible, I will show you the video in which the problem explanation some other person will be giving. That will be clear and clean and clear, so that you can gain knowledge and you can put your own problem. You can solve the problems. First of all, mathematical solution we are going to find, and after that, same programmatical solution also we are going to find. Mathematical will be a manual explanation, and programming will be falling on Ubuntu Linux. And I would like everyone to use Linux for this subject. That is mandatory. And so Ritvik Pavan, what he has asked, so we can use the Ubuntu terminal in Windows Store. Okay, whatever it is, see many possibilities are there. You can do anything, but the output should be in Linux. Okay. The work screenshots you should give me in terminal only. That should be a Linux. But avoid Windows, because lifelong we are going to use Windows only. At least at this time we can learn Ubuntu. Is it audible, guys? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Audible, na? And regarding that presentation, have you noted down those hands-on, that small task I have given to note the memory, secondary memory, primary memory, cache? Have you noted down, everyone?
Yes, sir.
Everyone is not. I want the. If anyone is not having that assignment question, just ask your question or just ping in the box now for a couple of minutes. I will be here. I will display that, or else I will share my video now. I will share my screen. That hands-on will be displayed, and while coming after the lunch, you can complete that, and I will ask it. And after lunch, we can see some topics. And today hands-on, we can start with Ubuntu. Okay. I hope everyone have Ubuntu here, because pre-request is itself yesterday we have sent Ubuntu. So try to have Ubuntu after the lunch. We can discuss, because after the lunch also theory part is something boring, so we can go for a practical. Okay. Okay, guys, go for lunch and come back after 1 hour. 1 hour. Wait a second. I will check the lunch timing. Usually, how long they will give you the lunch timing, Karan?
1 hour to 1.5 hours, sir.
1.5 hours. It's not for 1.5 hours you will be having lunch, Karan.
Previous class, that only happened.
What?
Previous class, like that only we found.
Okay, but we can have 1 hour. Okay, it's 12:30. At 1:30 we can come back, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, guys. Have good lunch. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Hands-on session. A small task of collecting your primary, secondary, and cache details from your system.
Actually, no, sir. Actually, the
Sorry?
laptop. No, sir. Actually, the laptop function, so I couldn't.
Okay. those things of or entire detail will not be available in your system. So you can put your laptop model in internet and you can check the configuration. In that it will be there. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
You just complete that and you upload the document. Everyone in this meeting should upload the document. Okay.
Okay, sir. Yes.
Karan, sorry, Thiruvengadam. Yeah, tell. Yeah, that uploading platform, it is not yet confirmed. Today evening, I will give you the link. You just prepare the document and keep it with you. Okay. Registry. Sorry. Yeah, that for that only I told it will the complete detail will not be available in your laptop itself. You need to check your model number. In that specification, you will get from the internet source. Okay. Thiruvengadam, your voice is not clear. Can you adjust your headphone? There is some problem. Yeah, now it's clear. Okay. 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 Okay, you just note down what content you achieve in this assignment. Okay, you just put that and document it. The remainder thing, missing things, I will give you how to take it. Okay. Let others also do it. Someone might have find the solution for this, na? Okay. And Karan have pasted some link. Let me see that. What he is telling. Catches threes. And Thiruvengadam, I will share you the screen. I will share the screen with you all guys. Karan have found this, and for this Karan will tell what from which source he have taken this information. He will tell you. Okay. Karan, are you there?
Sir, it's from Stock Exchange, sir. The number of registers, and others are from Intel Arc.
Wait. You just tell to everyone. Is my screen visible? Is my screen visible to everyone? Karan?
Yes, sir, it is visible, sir.
Okay. Thiruvengadam. Yeah, are you there? Okay, Karan will tell you how he achieved this.
Sir, I just found out that the i7 processors after 4th gen, every i7 processor has 512 registers. I found this in Stack Exchange, sir.
Okay.
So,
and to make sure this is your own laptop's configuration, right?
Yeah, sir.
Okay, proceed.
For every i7 processor released after the 4th gen, this is the configuration, sir.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. But in this, some of the fields are missing. You should mention your.
Okay, sir. I'll modify.
Guys, for everyone I'm mentioning, I forgot to mention in that assignment. Task. You should mention your laptop name and the model. For that specific model, this specification comes like that. Okay. Thank you, Karan. Thank you for sharing the information. Thiruvengadam, are you clear now? Okay. And I want to know that whether everyone is having Ubuntu now in your system.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Aparna is having. And Raj Lakshmanan, you can add screenshots, not a problem. Karan, you are having a?
Sir?
You are having Ubuntu in your system now?
Yes, sir, I have it, sir.
Okay, what about Bila Sambat? Yeah, Bila Sambat, tell, do you have Ubuntu with you?
Yeah, yes, sir. I have Ubuntu, sir.
Okay, now
Actually,
you can start now. Start the session. Or else we can wait till tomorrow for others to also to join with us.
Previous class we had a Ubuntu basics, sir. So
Oh, Ubuntu basics you have. Then we can do one thing. We can stick on with the topic and we can proceed on the Ubuntu task. I will give you as a task that tomorrow you can upload those as an assignment. Is it okay for you?
yeah, sir.
I will give you the content and that task you should perform and take the screenshots. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's fine. Now we can move to the topic. I think 57 persons also there. Nivedita. Nivedita?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you have any idea about the process management?
Process management. Process management is allotting different tasks to different, managing the process.
Okay, okay. Okay, may I know the difference between the process and the program? Are they both same?
No, sir.
No. How
Process.
come it differs? Yeah, proceed.
Program is the way which we define to run a process.
Yeah, of course. Exactly. And thank you. Thank you, Nivedita. And Lingesh Kumar, are you there?
Sir?
Yeah.
Sir? Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Sir. Hello?
Yeah, yeah.
Sir, just now I joined, sir.
Okay, okay. Now, do you have, you know, what is a process management?
Sir,
So
it is
search
an
and tell me.
execution. I think it is about execution, sir.
Execution. What type of execution?
Mm.
Program execution.
Exchange of the resources.
Okay.
No, sir, I can't able to tell.
Okay, please mute yourself. Someone is making
Yes,
some
sir.
kid.
Baby, sir, small baby.
Okay, okay. Thank you.
Sir.
Okay, before going into the topic, let us know what is process. Process, if a program you are running, that is a process. You may speak to others that I am doing this process like that. Okay. If someone is asking, have you completed your BTech? At that time, what you will do? I am under the process of completing the BTech, like that. It is the work when it is going on or when which is happening is called as the process. Here, process is nothing but like a soul, and program is a body. Because program is a structured lines of content which is written to do the process. Okay, so here program is a body and the process is a soul. Program and body are all different. Okay, and for example, if you're writing a C program, you'll be writing .c. What is that? For example, you're writing a hello world. Hello world .c. What is that? Is that a program or a process? Guys? Okay, I will point out. Lingesh Kumar. Lingesh Kumar?
Sir.
Yeah.
Hello? Sir,
Yeah.
can you able to hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you. Dot C.
Yes,
You
sir.
are saving your C program, na? C
Yes, sir.
program you are saving hello world dot C. Whether what is that? Whether it is a
Yes, sir.
program or a process. Even in the question itself, I told you the answer. It is a program. Okay.
Sir, can you repeat again, sir? I can't hear you.
In C program, you are saving the file
Okay.
name as hello world dot C. Okay. I asked
Okay, sir.
whether it is a program or a process. It is a
It is a program, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Shiva Balaji. Shiva Balaji. Veda Jivita. Dhanvarshini. Shyam. Shyam Shai. Oh, Dhanvarshini voice is not there, and Shyam Shai is also there. Okay, Shyam Shai, you both tell me. In C programming, Java.C and A.out as two comments out there. Now, what is that? Whether that is a program or a process, and what is the thing which is in between? Compiler. Compiler. What is the compiler meant for? I want the answer for this, and it is not necessary to be. It should be correct. You can tell whatever answer you know. And Thiruvengadam. Yeah. Yeah. Now you can hear na. My voice is audible na. Thiruvengadam. Audible na. Okay. If I am having a structured program, it is hello world.c, and I am putting into the compiler, and I am implementing it using a ./a.out. Okay. I am getting the output. Okay. In this, which is the program and which is the process? Okay. That compiler will do that compiling process. That is process. Okay. Satish Kumar, you are right. It is a compiler only, and your answer is also right. And the out you are giving that command, that is also a program to execute the output. Okay. So process and program both are different. Inside the program is written to do the process. Process is a body and program is a soul. Okay. In this process management, what are the other things is, now I will, what is the difference between a process and thread? Karan, you tell, what is the difference between process and thread?
Process is like a group of threads, sir, actually.
Karan, your voice is not audible.
Sir, now can you hear me properly, sir?
Now it is clear. Now you tell.
Process is like a group of threads executed together, sir.
Group of threads executed together. Exactly. You're right. Okay, that's fine. And for what purpose thread is? They
to distribute the computational loads to multiple cores of a process.
Yeah, of course. If it is a single process, means how we will divide. What is the term of dividing that process is called thread. We will convert the process into different threads, and multiple threads will be processed in multiple. This concept is called as multi-threading concept. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Now I will play the video. It will illustrate the difference between the process and thread, and there is a thread is a part of thread. Lingesh. Okay, you gave the answer. Once again, I will see the answers which are given by The student's compiler C is a process. It's a part of thread. Okay, that's fine. In this video, you will be seeing the difference between the process and the thread. And I will, in this video, there will be a small hands-on session. It is nothing but you will be finding how many numbers of thread is running in your system. That instructions will be given in this video. You just cleanly observe it. You also need to do the task and document it and send it to me. Okay. So as of now, I have given you second task for today. One is morning I have given that data collection about your laptop's memory cache. That is task 1. And now the task 2 is capturing the process and threads which is available in your system, which is running behind the screen of your system. It is very easy only. In this step itself, you can see that. If you want again and a second time, if you want me to play means I will play it. I will share the video also. That assignment task I need you to be complete individually. Each and everyone should do individually. Okay. I will play the video now.
In the previous lectures, we have been studying about different aspects of.
Is the audio audible? Karan?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thiruvengadam, is the audible audio?
Operating system.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And what we have mostly seen was the introduction to operating system and also operating system structures. Now moving on, we are moving on to one of the most important parts of operating system, which is process management. So you must have heard this term many times, processes and threads. So in this lecture, we will be trying to get an introductory idea and understanding of what are processes and what are threads. And usually people are confused many times between the difference between processes and threads. So we will try to understand what these are and what are their differences. So first of all, before we understand processes, let us first try to understand how a program is developed. So whenever you want to make a program, what you do is you first write the program in some high-level languages. Like for example, let's say that you write the program in C, C++, Java or something like that. And that program is written in a high-level language. Now, we know that at the basic level, computers does not understand the high-level language, but it understands only binary codes, which are zeros and ones. So the program has to be converted to binary code. So for that, using a compiler, you compile your program and it helps to convert that program into a machine code which is understandable by your machine. Alright, so after that, you have your program which is converted into a binary executable code and it is ready for execution. But it is not enough to just have that binary code for a program to execute or for a program to tell the computer what it wants to do. So what it has to do is it has to be loaded into the memory, and for a program to execute, it needs some resources of the computer system. So who will give the resources? Who will allocate these resources? What is the brain that works behind all this? It is the operating system, which we have been discussing so far. So the operating system will help in loading that executable program into the memory and allocate its resources, and then the program will begin its execution. All right. So we first have a program which is written and which is ready for execution, but till that time, it is just a passive entity. That means it just sits there without doing anything. But the moment it begins execution, at that instance, we call that program as a process. So a process can be thought of as a program in execution. When a program starts execution, at that time, we call it a process. So when it is not executing, it is just a program sitting there doing nothing. But the moment it begins execution, at that time, we call it as a process. So in the earlier computers, it supported only one process or one program at a time. But in today's computer, it supports multiple processes, multiple programs are running at the same time. And even one single program can have many processes associated with it. So when a program begins its execution, at that time, it is known as a process. Now let's try to understand what are threads. So thread is actually the basic unit of a process which is in execution. So this is how we can define it. A thread is the unit of execution within a process. A process can have anywhere from just one thread to many threads. So we already understood what is a process. When a program is executing, it is called a process. And a thread is the unit of execution within a process. So within a process, there may be one or more units of its execution, and those units are known as threads. And again, in earlier systems, one process had only one thread, but now a single process can have many threads or many units of execution within it. So a process can have anywhere from one thread to many threads. So that is a difference between the process and a thread. If you look at this diagram, I hope you should be able to visualize and understand what it actually means. So here we call this entire thing as a process. When a program begins its execution, it becomes this process, and within this process there are certain units of its execution, and each unit is known as a thread. So these are all the units or the threads which are under execution within this process. Now if you want to see the processes which are in execution in your system, you can see it using your task manager in Windows. You can open up the task manager and you can see which are the programs that are loaded and what are the processes which are executing. So let me show you an example of that. So here this is a screenshot of my task manager. If you open,
Guys, please observe this task clearly. This is your assignment number 2. You're going to do this, okay?
up your task manager, and if you look at this application tab, we can see which are the programs that are running. So here I have 3 programs running over here, and here we have the process tab. So if you click on the processes tab, you can see what are the processes running in your system. So if you click this, you come to this window over here where you see that there are all these processes running in your system. So for example, if you look here, you see that there is the Chromium browser running over here. And if you look at the processes tab, we see that there is not only one process associated with this Chromium browser, but there are multiple processes. For example, you see there is chrome.exe here, it's there even here, and there are quite a few even over here. So we see that there are multiple processes associated with a single program. And this is the memory that it is using, which is shown over here. So this is just an example of how you can see the programs and the processes running in your system. Because if you see what is happening, it becomes more interesting for you to learn and understand what is happening. So here we have seen the processes, but we did not see any threads over here. So if you want to see the threads that are also there in your system, then you can use a program known as Process Explorer. You can download the program and it will show you even the threads that are running for each program and for each processes. So this is how the Process Explorer looks like. You can download this. It is a very small application. You can download and install it. And you can see that these are the processes as we saw before. So for example, here I have the chrome.exe process running over here. And if you right click on this and go to the properties, then you can see the threads. So here you will get this window, and if you click on this threads tab, you can see that these are the threads which are the units of execution of this particular process and which are running over here. So these many threads are running within this process chrome.exe. So in this way you can see the processes and threads that are running in your system. So I hope with this visual example it was more clear to you what are processes and what are threads and how they work. So this was just a basic introduction of what are processes and what are threads and how we can differentiate between a process and a thread. So this process is a very important topic in operating system, and we will be studying this in more details, and many topics are there under this which we will be discussing in the coming lectures. Thank you for watching, and
Raj Lakshmanan. Oh, he doesn't.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you noticed in the video what software they have suggested for extracting the thread?
Process Explorer, sir.
Okay, fine. And this is your second assignment for everyone. You all do this. Why I am suggesting this assignment specifically means the first assignment is to make sure you should know what are the memory and primary and secondary managers registers which are available in your system. For that purpose, you first assignment. Second assignment, you may study process, what he's telling, some process, thread, programs. Program I know, C program. Okay, what is the process and thread? How I can see that to make it to make the visual impact of thread and process only. This assignment is given to you, so you can feel the real-time feeling that you know what is process and this is the thread and this is process. You can see in your laptop itself. Operating system is nothing but knowing the in-depth architecture and informations that which you are using in your day-to-day life. That is nothing but a laptop. Knowing about your own laptop is operating system subject. Okay. 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 Thank you for the response. And coming back to the topic, I told program and process, and you are clear that now program is different and process is different, and difference between the program and thread, process and thread also, found. That is fine. And where the program will be residing in your system. Aparna?
Sir, can you come again? I'm not able to understand.
Okay, you are typing a C programming, C program code, and where that code will be reside in your laptop. In which place, which location it will be there?
The root folder where I'm saving it.
Where that folder will be available in your laptop? Folder is in the OS.
Yes, sir. In the drives, specific drive.
Hard disk, right?
Yeah.
Memory. Okay, that was the answer which I was expecting. Fine. That is you're right. It's a memory. Thank you. Thank you for the response. Okay, there are two types of memory. One is primary memory and the second is secondary memory. What is the primary memory? In the previous session itself, we have seen primary memory. Okay, in that, I want to know what is primary memory? What object? I have shown that object also in the pictorial representation, and I would like to call RAM. Karan, yeah. Karan, please give some chance for others also, because 61 students also there. So wait until I ask you, okay? Because I want to know, they might also be interested in answering the question. Okay, thank you. Manoj, are you there? Manoj? Kritika? Sajid? Sajid, are you there?
Sir, yes, sir.
Okay. Sajid, what is primary memory in your computer?
Primary memory is RAM, sir.
Okay, of course. Then what is the secondary memory?
Secondary memory is the hard disk and other
hard
things.
disk. Yeah. Okay, hard disk, not other thing. Hard disk is the only thing.
Oh, okay, sir.
Okay, and the term RAM is in which way it has been named? Term RAM.
RAM is I guess it's a random access memory.
Okay, it is a random access memory and it is a main memory. Primary memory is considered as the main memory. Why it is named as the primary memory? Yeah? Okay, it is RAM, okay, it is primary, okay, and you have only one hard disk, and why you need the RAM separately? I am having the hard disk. Okay, it
I
is.
just it allocates the process in threads, sir.
Allocates
The process, all the process and programs in thread means.
Okay, that's fine. Why specifically your laptop is having RAM and hard disk, external hard disk you are having, in that RAM is not there? Why specifically? Even I have 1 TB in my laptop, 1 TB hard disk I have separately. In my laptop, RAM is there. I'm using my external hard disk also. In that, no RAM is there. Why?
I don't know.
Tell Sajid. You can tell whatever you know. It's not necessary that it should be right or wrong.
Maybe to speed up the process.
Action. Okay. Correct. It is for the speed up of the process only. The purpose is your memory will be always in use by the laptop, and laptop OS is there. It will be always checking for the data inside the hard disk. For speed access is necessary. For that speed upping purpose only, RAM is introduced, and the RAM is considered as the primary memory, and hard disk considered as the secondary memory. Primary memory, it means it is very important and immediate access data will be available in that. And secondary memory, if you are not using a data for a long time and it is still residing in your laptop, means it will be fall under the secondary memory. The frequently used and currently used memories will be in the primary memory. So that is the reason, right? Okay. Program, where I want to know where the program will reside. Initial question I asked is program, and she told that program will reside in the memory. Okay. And this part, whether in the primary or secondary memory, where the program will reside.
So it will reside in the secondary memory, sir.
Exactly. May I ask why it is residing in the secondary memory? Because primary memory is the fast accessing memory, and secondary memory is slow accessing. I mean, not a slow accessing. It is at rest. Okay. Why program will be reside in the secondary memory?
Yes, sir.
Actually, the program will be in the secondary memory only. The purpose of the OS, what it will do means, it will take the program code from the secondary memory, and put it in the main memory and then start the execution. Okay. When it put the program from the secondary memory to the main memory, it will put some kind of data structure in that. According to that data structure, the process will continue. Data structure is very much important before the operating system. Okay. Every operating system is designed based on a data structure. Have you studied data structures?
Yes, sir.
Last semester you have studied, huh?
Last year, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that is the base for this operating system. So only they have kept the data structure first and then operating systems. Okay, thank you, Sajid. Thank you for your answer. And now here we come to the process. Process is something which is created by the operating system in order to execute the program that is process. Before executing the program, they are supposed to create the process. So the relationship between the process and the program is, process is something real and the program is something virtual. Okay. Sorry, I changed it. Program is real and the process is virtual. The process of executing the program is called process. If we want to execute the program, the OS will create a structure in the main memory. If you, if you are using a application, desktop application in your system, if you are clicking on it, what the data structure will do means that specific applications code will be residing in the secondary memory. The OS will take that secondary memory data and it will put in the RAM, and then the execution will be processed, and this is called as the process. Always the process will be happening from the primary memory only, not from the secondary memory. Primary memory is called as the main memory. That is the reason why, because we are using it mainly. So only it is called as the main memory. Secondary memory is always called as the disk or hard disk. It is just a storage agent. Okay. And here the process boundaries will be there in a memory, created once and exit forever. That you can discuss that is a pictorial representation we can discuss later. Okay. And coming to how can you identify a process? How will you identify a process? We are speaking about process. Process. From morning I am telling process. How you will identify a process in your system? Santosh, are you there? Okay, Santosh is texting. I want someone to be actively speaking because it's afternoon session. Many of them will be having food and laziness will be there. If you are speaking, there will be good for. It will be good to hear. And Soundarya is there. Soundarya, Satish Kumar. Yeah.
Sir.
Okay, fine. Had your lunch, Satish?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Feeling sleepy?
No, sir.
Okay. Can you tell how will identify the process in the system? From the morning we are speaking that process is there, where process will flow like that. We are speaking about the process. How you will identify the process?
Through any keys.
What sort of key? Exactly through any key only will be identified. In my question itself, answer is there. Identification card. Okay, ID. I asked now how you will identify the process. That question is maximum in my question itself answer will be there. So you don't think too much. Okay. The ID card will be containing some attributes based on, see, each and every process will be having separate unique ID. Based on that, we can track that process. And that ID consists of certain attributes of the process. Okay. What are all that attributes will be? Okay. Let us come to the real-time example. You have your college ID now. In that, what are all the things will be available?
Unique ID.
Yeah, unique ID, then
A name.
Then
what course we are doing.
Okay, then
and our date of birth, address or something.
Okay, your personal information.
Yes.
Along with your institutional address.
Yes.
And barcode is also available, right?
Yes, sir.
That group, phone number, everything is there. So using this, someone might be coming from the same institution. So they'll be having the institution as same. But your names might be different. Even your name also can be equal. But face can be different. But face also sometimes looks like similar. Your address will be different. The address also the same. Your blood group will be different. Your blood group also the same means your date of birth will be different. For this only, numerous number of attributes are considered and ID is created. Okay. In your personal ID card itself, this many attributes are there. Means in computer, a process ID, there will also be some attributes. So let me list the number of attributes. Okay. And here the first attribute is process ID. Every process will be given some independent and different ID. And second one is program counter. Program counter, it means you'll be giving the values to the process like I1, I2, I3, I4. Like that program counter will be there. And then process state. Okay, what is process state? We can discuss about that process state in detail now itself. Before that, I will give you 2 to 3 words about process states. It is importance. Process states means whether execution, ready to run, running, blocked, waiting. These are all the different states of the process. Okay, and priority. Priority means whether important, process priority, whether less important, more important, no importance is given, like that important. For this example is politician priority, politicians. Okay, for why I am taking the priority example for politicians means, okay, let me give the example to you now itself, and you can tell. Shakil. Shakil Naktania, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Shakil, can you give me a simple example for priority? Where in your life you have used a priority and for what purpose it emerged?
What, sir? Like
priority?
What, no, sir. Like a real life example or?
Of course, real life example. You can tell in a class or in a public or in a channel, TV, movies, anything you can tell. I want the meaning of that priority. That's all. Anything you can.
I used to prioritize playing games over my sleep, sir. Like I don't get enough sleep. I enjoy playing games at that time. I prioritize for my parents.
That is your life experience. Come to the outside society experience where you see the priority outside.
Sir, like film actors or directors, they give priorities to their sons instead of new upcoming actors.
Okay, now you went into their life and giving the meaning. Okay, to the society. If you first example you gave in your life, and second example you went into their life. Come to the society on road where you in traffic signal. What priority you are seeing?
What priority? We'll check whether the light is in green so that we can move, or it is in red so that we need to stop.
Okay, now also you are giving priority in your life. Okay, I will tell you. And if ambulance is coming.
Oh, okay, sir.
Okay, Kavya. Yeah, Kavya gave the exact answer where she is. Kavya's answer. Some answers are in chat, but I need to see that. Okay, ambulance. Yeah, exactly correct. Kavya Karthikeyan. Exact example. And Shakil. Don't go. Be in the line itself. I'm speaking with you only. And if ambulance is coming means everyone will give path for the ambulance. Okay, that is a priority. Okay, if a politician is coming, what they will do? Even at the time, they will give priority. Why specifically traffic I am mentioning means the process will also not be in the same state. It will be keep on moving. Okay, it will keep. So moving example only I need to show you as the example. Okay, if a ambulance and the process, if ambulance is coming and some other process is ambulance is a process. And Shakil is a process. Ambulance is coming behind Shakil means Shakil will be preempted and ambulance will be let inside the process to proceed. Okay. Here the word preemption and non-preemption is very much important. Okay, Shakil, do you have any idea about the preemption and non-preemption? Because morning itself, once I told this meaning. Have you noticed?
No, sir.
No. Preemption, it means if a process is going on, I am stopping it immediately and I am putting that process in wait and letting other process to enter inside and do the process for some time or until its completion. It is called preemption.
Prevention, sir.
Preemption, Preemption. You can check it in Google. Okay. Okay. Non-preemption means it will completely run until the end of the process. That is called non-preemption. Okay. In this process attributes, priority is also one of the attribute. And fifth one is general purpose register. It is used for the storage purpose, where you will store. And if you are putting your data inside the memory means that general purpose register will keep note of the IDs and everything will be registered in that. Okay. And after that, list of open drives, a list of open files. These are all comes under the process and protection. Protection also comes under the attributes of the process.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, fine. Shakil, thank you for the answer. And let me ask someone else. Rohita, from morning I'm trying to reach Rohita. She is not there. Oh, you are a messaging person, huh? Okay, you can you be idle. I will call someone who can speak. Naveen Kumar. Are you there, Naveen Kumar? You are also a messaging person, huh? Mridula? Mridula? Meghna? Manoj? Kishan? Mic problem. You just buy one mic. Tomorrow lockdown is open na. Okay, Kishan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, do you have a general purpose register? Have you came across this general purpose register?
No, sir.
No. Actually, what is the name of the register in your life where you have seen that register? Meaning, register.
It register a log which contains some information, sir.
Exactly. Okay. Now you tell the meaning of the general purpose register.
General purpose register.
Yeah. You tell exactly what is the meaning you understood from this word, general purpose register. I don't want the definition. You just tell what you understand from this word.
A register which stores some. Sorry, sir, I can't get it.
You tell the meaning of the general purpose register. In that name itself meaning the register used for the general purpose is called general purpose register. Like that only it will comes. But actually here is that the register is used. That's all. That is named as the general purpose register. You can imagine a CPU is there and one process is there. There are three registers. Okay. In that three registers, we can name as the R1, R2 and R3 and process P1 is there. So if I want the process to be completed, I need to pass through the register into the CPU. Okay. For this value will be fixed. One register will do the work. R1 equal to R2 plus R3. This work will be combined and it will be stored in the I4. That I4 gives the result of the process. Okay. And okay, that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Kishan. Thank you for the answer. And yeah, these entire informations will be present in the process control block. I told now registered, general purpose register, process ID, process counter, process state, priority, list of open files, list of open devices, protection, everything will be stored inside one that is called as PCB. That is nothing but the process control block. Okay, it will be connected. This PCB will be connected to the P1, P2, P3. This PCB is called as a context. A process when it is preempted and it is going for the next process is called as the context switching. Everything about a process is called as a context. Okay. States of a process state. That attributes process state is there. As I told you, process state is a separate topic. In that different types of states are available in a process. Let me tell you what is a process state. For that, I will play a video. In that detailed description about the process state will be available. You can take a look on it, and after that, we can come back to the discussion.
In the previous lecture, we started studying about processes and we saw a brief introduction to process management. Now in this lecture, we'll be studying about process state. Now let us first try to understand what do we mean by process states and what can we understand by the states in which a process is. So previously we have studied that a program in execution is known as a process. So as a process executes, it changes its state, and the state of a process is defined in part by the current activity of that process. So when a process is executing, it can change from one state to another, and the state of a process is defined by the current activity of that process, which means that what is the process currently doing? What is the current activity of that process? That is what we mean by the state of that process. Now let us see what are the states that a process can be in. So
Hello guys. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Adi Lakshmanan after a long time. Okay. Let me tell some terms related to process. The same terms only will be repeated in that video. After the completion of my session, you can go on to the video. Okay. In this process, different types of states are there. It mentions state. What is state means at what stage it is. Okay. Initially, it will be in a new stage. New stage is nothing but generally when a process about to be created, it will be in the secondary memory. Before the creation, it will be in the secondary memory. Whenever we are going to pick up, we are going to pick up, it seems that voice is going to pick up, not we are. Voice is going to pick up the process. That process can call it as new. Okay. This is the state of new process. Ready. Ready is nothing but whenever we take a new process that will be ready to run, that is called ready. Then we take all the processes and then put in a ready state which are ready to run. In main memory, these can be many, in main memory there can be many processes which are ready to run, and it is up to you which one you can go to choose. In main process means there are many processes will be residing inside. Many processes will be ready to run. A process, very big process will be ready to run. Small process will be ready to run. Medium-sized process will be ready to run. It is our priority to choose which to run. Depending upon we have various choices of multi-programming. In that, using that multi-programming, we can pick the process. And for your information, new state, process state, which is new, it's under which memory? Secondary memory or main memory? Sajid, you tell.
Sir, one second. Sir.
New state.
New state. Can't get it.
Sorry. Process state is new. Okay.
Okay, sir.
At new stage, the process will be in which memory?
RAM, sir. That's
RAM. RAM is a primary memory. Yeah? It is a RAM. Yeah, it is a primary memory. But now here it's wrong. New state will be in secondary memory. Okay.
Okay, sir.
And ready state will be in the main memory. Okay. Multi-programming. When you have many processes ready to run in the is called as the multi-programming. As I told you, in the memory, many processes will be ready to run, and it is the operating system's convenience to choose one. So, on which basis the operating system will choose means on the basis of the size or the priority, or the user independence, like that. The OS will choose the process. That multi-programming have two parts. One is with preemption and without preemption. As I told you, with preemption is nothing but in between it will stop and other process will start to proceed the process. This with preemption, is otherwise called as multitasking or time sharing. Without preemption on a process given to the CPU, we will not force it to leave the process. It will complete and then only leave the process. That is called as the without preemption. Okay, the third stage is the run stage. Okay, first stage new, second stage is ready to run, and third stage is run. In this run stage, the process will be residing in the main memory. At the state of running, the process might need to read a file or write a file. This is called run. For example, only we have taken a read a file or write a file. It run means immediately. If if a document is there, what sort of operations you can do on the document is, if you click double time, it will open. At the time you are doing a read. If you are clicking inside and doing some changes, at the time it will do a write. It is called read and write. And in this case, we doesn't need any help from the CPU. Here we are going to use block or wait. In this run stage, after the process runs, CPU will not involved in this process. Okay, block or wait only we are going to use. Okay, block or wait also is one of the state in the process state. The process which needs some IO to be performed and which does not need CPU will actually go to block and wait state. Okay, if a process is running, as I told you before, two types of process, CPU also will be there, IO process will be there. If a process enters into IO, the CPU process state will enter into block and wait. Until the process with IO complete, they will stay there. Once it is finished, they can come back and ask for the CPU. Yeah, my process is completed. Then they will go, get into the ready state after run, block, wait, and after that ready. Okay, the fifth state is termination or completion. Once you are in running stage and completed whatever you want to do, then it will be killed, and even if its context will be deleted. Once the process is over, the state will be deleted and every traces about the process will be deleted. What is the reason of deleting all these things? I want to know. In termination and completion phase, who can I ask? Satish Kumar.
Sir.
Okay. In termination state, the process traces everything or context, everything is deleted after the process is completed. What is the reason for that deletion purpose? Do you have any idea?
Sir, I can't get you.
See, different types of states are there. Process state. We are speaking about process state. In that process state, different levels of states are there. New state, ready state, run state, block and wait state, termination and complete stage is there. Okay. In termination or complete stage, what process is done means, if the process is completed, even the context and the entire trace of the process will be completely deleted once the work is completed. So I need to know why it is deleting. What is the reason of deleting those things?
Space constraints.
Exactly. See, if one process is completing means it is output is given, and what is the need of that process there? Then it will be deleted. Okay, it's just using and deleting. Okay. Thanks for the answer. And the sixth is the suspend ready. This suspend ready process lies in the secondary memory. In some case, hundreds of processes will be in a main memory, and suddenly you need to use main memory for some other purpose. So, what you will do at that time? Karan.
Hello, sir. Sir.
Yeah. Be cool, man. Suspend ready. In some case, hundreds of processes will be in a main memory. Suddenly, you need to use main memory.
Yes, sir.
for some other purpose, what you will do at that time?
Okay, what I will do that time is I will put it in a hibernated mode, that is suspend mode.
Okay.
Then do the prioritized process and
Hmm.
then get the suspend mode running again in the free time.
Okay. Okay. In hardware kernel terms, you tell.
Hardware kernel terms.
Yeah. Simple. See, hibernate. Okay, I will tell. It's very simple. You just put the process in some other space. You utilize this process, and after this is over, you take that and put this back inside this. Isn't it right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Exactly. That's what happening here. Thanks for your answer.
Yes, sir.
In this suspend ready itself, there are the seventh stage is there. Suspend wait and suspend block is there. In this state, instead of suspending the process which are ready, it will suspend the process which are blocked. Okay, so that the ready process will be saved. This is called suspend wait or blocked. Okay, we can see about this, and after this, different types of process states. Operations on process of that. There are 4 important operations on process over there: creation, scheduling, executing, and killing and deleting. Okay, creation process. Once we create it, okay, this I can ask the questions to someone else first. Here, Kisan Karan. Hemant. Hemant, are you there? Hemant. Deepak. Akil Nair. Akil Nair. Hemant left the meeting. After asking question, he left. Bazi ready? Akil Nair, it is a messaging person. Okay, that's fine. Annie?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Annie, there are 4 types of process in operations on process. Okay, until now we spoke about process, and I told about process states. Okay, here 4
Yes, sir.
types of operations are there. One is creation, second is scheduling, executing, and 4th is killing and deleting. Okay, do you
Yes, sir.
have any idea on creation? What will be done in the creation process?
I don't know, sir, what will be done in creation process.
Simply
I guess
creation.
it's
What is
present
will
in
happen?
the secondary memory. It is present in the secondary memory. I know that, sir, but I don't have. Maybe like it will be creation of a new process means just like it will create a new thread. I'm not sure with that, sir.
Okay, actually it is correct, but not exactly. That process will be basically present in the main memory. Okay, the process will be ready and will be in the main memory before once the process is created. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Then during the scheduling, which means we have many process in the ready queue, we are going to pick one. As I told you, many process will be in the ready state in the main memory, and OS is going to pick one process among them using the scheduler. The process will be done in the scheduler. So what we'll do is many processes will be available in the ready queue. We are going to pick them, one of them, and give it to the CPU. And CPU, what the third operation will be happening in the CPU, executing. Once we give it to the CPU, it will start execution. And 4th stage is killing or deleting. Okay, whenever the process is over, we can simply kill it. These are all the 4 main operations performed over the process. Okay.
Yes, sir. In which order the scheduling is done, sir?
The scheduling will be done in the second operation. Order, it depends upon, there are different types of scheduling is there. Even you can write your own scheduling algorithm and implement over the process. Okay.
Okay,
That's
sir.
Each and every operating system is following a unique scheduling algorithm depending upon their systems. Round robin is a scheduling algorithm only. First come first serve. Shortest job first. SJT is a scheduling algorithm. FCFS. First in first out also a scheduling algorithm. Different types of scheduling algorithms are there. Okay, we can use it.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
These types of algorithms you will be studying in the second module. Okay,
Okay, sir. Thank
that
you,
will,
sir.
you will get the problems. Thank you for your answer. Okay, now we can go into the video, and I have a separate diagram. In that video also diagram is there, so you will get an explanation about that diagram in that video. So now I will go on to the presentation.
State of a process is defined in part by the current activity of that process. So when a process is executing, it can change from one state to another. And the state of a process is defined by the current activity of that process, which means that what is the process currently doing? What is the current activity of that process? That is what we mean by the state of that process. Now let us see what are the states that a process can be in. So each process may be in one of the following states. So we will be seeing what are the states in which a process can be in. So first of all, we have new. So if a process is in the new state, it means the process is being created. So when the process is being created, when the program is going to be in execution and the process is being created for performing a particular task, at that state or at that moment, we say that the process is in a new state. Now the second state is running state. So when instructions are being executed, at that moment we say that the process is in the running state. So when the process is being created, it is known as the new state. And then when the process begins its execution, that means when the instructions within the process are being executed, at that moment we say that the process is in the running state. Now there is another state known as the waiting state. So the process is waiting for some event to occur, such as an input-output completion or reception of a signal. So we say that a process is in the waiting state when it is waiting for some event to occur. So what can be the events? Some examples are I/O completion, input-output completion. Some I/O operation needs to be completed which are in high priority. So we need to wait for the I/O operation to be completed. We means the process has to wait for the input-output operation to complete, or reception of a signal. So if the process is waiting for a signal to be received and it is waiting for that signal, so such are the cases that we can have. So in such cases, when the process is waiting for some event to occur, at that time we say that the process is in the waiting state. Then we have the ready state. Now let's see what is this. The process is waiting to be assigned to a processor. So when the process has been created, that means the process has already been created, the new state is already over and it is not yet running. All right. So after the process is created and before it starts running, the process has to be assigned to a processor so that it can start running or it can start its execution. So at that moment, we say that the process is in ready state. So the process is created and it is not yet running, but it is ready. So at that moment, we say that the process is in the ready state when it is waiting to be assigned to a processor so that it can begin or resume its execution. And then the last one is called the terminated state. So from the name itself, you must have understood the process has finished execution. So when the process finishes its execution, then we say that it is in the terminated state or the process has been terminated. So these are the states in which a process can be in. So basically, these are the main states that we have, and different books or different systems may use different words to denote these states, but basically they all mean the same thing. Now let us look at a diagram of the process states and see how a process begins from the new states and reaches the terminated state. So here we have a diagram which shows the process states, And here we have all the states that we have just studied before. And let us see how does a process change from one state to another using this diagram. So first of all, we have the new state. So here the process is being created. So when the process is being created, it is there in this new state. So after the process is created, it is admitted and it comes to the ready state. So what is a ready state? In the ready state, the process is ready to begin execution and it is waiting to be assigned a processor so that it can begin its execution. So the process is created and it is admitted and it is ready over here. So in the ready state, what can happen? The scheduler dispatches it to the processor, and then when it begins its execution, it is in the running state. So when it is dispatched and when it receives a processor, then it begins its execution. And when it is executing, or when the instructions in that process is being executed, at that moment we say that it is in the running state. Now, after coming to the running state, there are three cases that can occur. So the first case is it was running and it finished its execution and then it exits and goes to the terminated state. That means there was no interruption in its running and it was properly executed, and once it finishes its execution, it exits and it goes to the terminated state. All right, now let's see what is the next case that can occur. The next case that can occur is there can be an interrupt when the process was being executed. So let's say that when this process was being executed, some other process with high priority came and this process was interrupted. So when it gets interrupted, it goes back to the ready state again. So it goes back to the ready state again, and once the interrupt has been handled, this process can again be dispatched and assigned a processor, and it can begin its execution and go to the running state again. So that is what happens if an interrupt is encountered when a process is being executed. Now the next case that can occur is when it is running, it needs to wait for an input-output operation or an event wait. So let's say that this process needs some input-output devices or some event to occur. So at that time, what happens? It goes to the waiting state. And in the waiting state, which we already studied before, what is it? It is waiting for an input-output, or it is waiting for an event to occur. So that process may need something like an input-output or an event or something, or it may need a signal from somewhere. So until and unless that is completed, it will stay in the waiting state over here. And once the input-output operation or the event that it was waiting for has been completed, so what happens? Once the input-output operation or event completion occurs, it goes to the ready state again. So it is ready to be executed again. So it goes to the ready state again, and the scheduler dispatch will take it to the running state again. That means it will be assigned a processor and it will start running again. So those are the states in which a process can be in. So we see that the process, it gets created, it's in the new state, then it comes to the ready state where it is ready to begin its execution, and once it is ready, it can go to the running state. And in the running state, if there is an interrupt that occurs, so it will come back to the ready state until the interrupt has been handled, and it will go back to the running state again. And again in the running state, if it has to wait for some input-output operation or event to occur, then it goes to the waiting state. It waits for the event to occur, and once the event has occurred or once the event has been completed, it again goes back to the ready state where it is ready for execution again, and then it comes to the running state after that. And once the running or execution has been completed, it exits and goes to the terminated state. So this is how a process changes from one state to another depending upon different situations as we saw here. So these are the states in which a process can be in. So I hope this lecture about process states was clear to you. Thank you for watching.
Hello guys, are you clear about the process states now? Have you seen the diagram? Is it understandable, or do you have any doubts in that? Okay, have you noticed in that process states some scheduler types were there? Long-term scheduler, short-term scheduler, and medium-term scheduler. Thiruvengadam, are you there? Okay, have you noticed in that presentation, long-term schedule? Hello? No. Hello? Thiruvengadam, are you there? Okay, in that, have you noticed the term long-term scheduler, short-term scheduler, and medium-term scheduler? Your voice is breaking, Thiruvengadam. Okay, regarding that, I will tell you after the break. We can have 10 minutes break. We can come back at 3 o'clock. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Thiruvangadam. Hello. Thiru கேக்குதா? கேக்குதா ஒரு
Good evening, guys. Shall we start the session? Hello, Thiruvengadam. Okay. As we discussed before, there is three types of schedulers are there in this state diagram. Okay. This scheduler only will do the certain kind of activities in that state diagram. I will show you the diagram which is illustrated in that video, and by mentioning on that video, I will tell you where the scheduler is applicable in that video, in that diagram, state diagram. Okay. I will share the video now and I will show the diagram. Please observe. My voice. Wait. One second.
No, sir, it's correct. It's correct.
Clear, sir. Forum network issue.
Sorry, Raj. Okay. Is it audible?
Yeah, it's clear, sir. Yeah, it's clear.
It's clear now. Okay. Okay, this is the process state diagram. Here I'm going to tell you where the long-term scheduler, short-term scheduler, and medium-term scheduler will be available. Okay, and before telling that, I will let you know what is these three things. Okay, first is long-term scheduler. It is LT. It makes the decision about how many processes to be made. That is called as the long-term scheduler. It will be in the higher priority. Overall performance of the system rely on the long-term scheduler. The second thing is short-term scheduler. What the short-term scheduler will do is this decision will not long last forever. It means it is the temporary decision is called as the short-term scheduler, because in short term it will schedule and it will disappear. This is called as the context switching time, and it is also, it shows the impact on the performance. In the long-term scheduler, the performance will be more. In the second part, the short-term scheduler, the performance will be less. It will show some impact because of context switching. Context switching means it is nothing but switching of the process from one process to another one. Job from one process to other is called as the context switching, switching over. The terms related to a process is called as context switching. Process switching, the bare meaning is process switching time. Okay, and the third level scheduler is medium time scheduler. It is nothing but the suspension decision is taken by the medium term scheduler. So suspension is the only decision taken by the medium term scheduler. It shows the impact on the swapping time and impact on the performance. So here also the performance will be reduced. So in this three things, long-term scheduler, short-term scheduler, and the medium-term scheduler, long-term scheduler is the best one, which will show impact on the overall performance. It will be giving a good impression. And short-term scheduler is having somewhat little medium level drawback, because the decision will not be long last, immediately it will disappear. And medium term scheduler, it will delete the task, the decision. Suspension decision is taken here in the medium term scheduler. Okay, in this state process state, where are all these decisions are taken means only at three places this short term scheduler, long term scheduler, and medium term scheduler are placed. 1 second. Yeah. Unfortunately, the suspension action is not taken in this process state. Only the long-term scheduling and short-term scheduling are taken in this place. In the process between the new and the ready state, admitted process is there. In there only, the long-term scheduler is applied. The long-term scheduler only do the admitted process. So it is admitted means it creates the impact on the overall performance. And the process between the ready and the run, scheduled dispatcher. This is the scheduled dispatcher.
And spelling
in this
are
stage,
important,
the
but
short
if you want to
scheduler
write essays
plays
that
a role.
inspire,
Because in this place, context switching happens. Because from ready state to run stage, the context switching is happening. So it is also gives some impact on the performance. Okay, these are the two places where the long-term scheduling and the short-term scheduling happens. So long-term scheduler is also known as the degree of multiprocessor. Degree of multiprocessor is the number of processes that can be present in the ready state at maximum. LTS has a significant impact on the performance, as I told you before. Context switching. Okay, as I told you, context switching comes in the second short-term scheduler. Context switching means it should completely replace the state of the CPU with the status of the CPU with the status of the new process from the old process. Switching means it's saving the context and then updating the context. It means that saving the context of the old process and updating the context of the new process. The size of the context should be as minimal as possible so that the context switching time will be reduced. If the process is very big, the context switching time will be very big. Okay. In this, the concept of swapping also takes place in the third stage. That is medium term switching. In that medium switching, the swapping concept takes place. Okay, swapping here means moving a process from one main memory to the secondary memory and getting it back into it is called as the swapping. So we need an efficient medium term scheduler so that the swapping time will be less. Scheduling queues are there. For that, scheduling separate queues are there. In that also, long-term scheduler, medium-term scheduler plays a very big role that I will explain. And before going into that, scheduling queues, I would like you to ask for today's task. Vishal, are you there? Vishal.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Vishal, do you have a Linux
Yes, sir.
operating system? Okay, I think if you work with IoT means you will be having a Linux or OS or some Linux platform in your laptop. Is it possible for you to do the exercise today evening and submit the assignment tomorrow?
Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay. Actually, what we have planned is we thought of giving a hands-on session on Linux. But after knowing that you already have knowledge on Linux, you just give us the report or how it will be. It will be a Linux manual. Okay. You should implement minimum 30 Linux commands in your system. Take the screenshot, make it as a document, give the explanation for the command and the screenshot. Okay. If you are putting ls means you should give what ls meant for and what is the output you gained. You need to put the screenshot and document it. Okay. This is the third task given to you today. Okay. Vishal, what are the other two tasks I have given? What are the other two tasks I have given today?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yeah. What are the tasks? You tell. So
Sir,
what is the
I'm
first
not
task?
able to hear.
What is the first task
Sir,
I have given
knowing
to you?
about the memory information of
One second.
knowing about the memory information of a laptop.
Okay. The second task.
Then we have to view the thread through the process explorer.
Okay. Third task is this Linux. Okay.
Then third one will go for execution.
Execution of the Linux commands, and it is an open command
Sir,
to you.
will,
And
will it be comfortable if we?
what comfortable
Sir,
if you?
Sir, if we
Yes.
do a screen recording and if we send it, it is comfortable, sir.
Screen
Instead of a
recording.
document, we will do a screen recording by executing those commands and we will send you, sir.
Okay, that is fine. But Vishal, we need a documented assignments for evident purpose only, because the auditing will be there. In our college, each and every university, some assignments and mark allotments, auditing will be there, na? For that purpose, it will be like a small project report or manual. Okay. For that purpose only, I am collecting the documents from you. Videos, multimedia items, we cannot take print out and submit to the university, na? Okay, for everyone I am telling, it can be a video, but you can have your own video. It is appreciable. Of course, I am telling you, if it is possible, you can take a video. Okay, it is appreciable. You take the video and you can present in our presentation itself. I appreciate that. But document is necessary for this task purpose, because today I have given you 3 tasks. I need these 3 tasks output as a 3 different documents from your side. Okay. Is it clear?
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's fine. And Raja Lakshmanan, you told that you have created a YouTube video on exact same topic, right?
Not me, sir. Karan, sir.
Karan, sorry. Karan.
Sir?
Karan, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Karan. Okay. You have the video now? You have made that video. Is it available in the YouTube now?
Yes, sir. It is available, sir.
Okay. You share the link in the chat board. I will play it.
Yes, sir.
Okay. See, if you are having this type of contentments, it is appreciable. I am asking everyone can do this, but document is necessary for record purpose. Okay. We cannot hold the videos for all the purpose. It is appreciable. It is a good thing only. And if you okay, and if you have some, if you like to present, or if you have, if familiar with some other topics related to OS, and you would like to present, or you have already have a presentation video or demonstration video on OS means, I appreciate you to post the link here. We can share with our students. 61 persons also can view your things. And see, all time we cannot depend on other sources. We ourselves want to create our own source, na? So if you have made some videos also, it is appreciable. And tomorrow I will plan to give assignments related to this. We can have 61% to students also to create their one single video on some topics which they are interested. Okay, is it okay for you guys? Karan, it will be comfortable for your students?
We we actually did similar kind of projects in IoT, sir, so they will be comfortable.
Okay, it's not. It depends upon your own interest only. Okay. Okay. Now I will share this video. I will play this. One second, I will check the video.
Sir, it is 30 minutes, sir.
Yeah. Wait a
30
second.
commands, 30 videos, 30 minutes.
Is the voice? Oh, 1 second, you have given the voice, sir.
Sir.
Wait. It's loading, man. Okay. Karan. Hello.
Sir. Yes, sir.
Are
Yes,
you
sir.
there? Okay, your video is good. You can share. I can play this here also. And Thiruvangadam has given a GitHub link. Okay, guys, you can use this link for your assignment preparation. Script by me. Oh, he has written the link. You can share with your friends, and this chat is available to everyone. You can share whatever the contents you have now. And tomorrow, whatever the stuff you have in GitHub, Mr. Thiruvangadam, you just document it and send it to me as an assignment. Okay. Thiruvangadam, are you there? Okay, you have a information with you. You can convert it into a document and send it to me. And others, if you want any reference means, please don't copy the document as it is. You just implement in your system, take the screenshots and attach it and send it to me in a Word or a PDF format. Okay, and each and every assignment should have your unique ID and name for the identification purpose. Now I will play the Karan's video for half an hour. This session will be the hands-on session for you. You can try it simultaneously, and after the end of this session, you'll be clear about the 30 comments. Okay, and you should document it. Just run it in your own system, document it, and send it to me. And evening, I will tell you in which domain I should. You all should submit the assignments to me, and I will upload the documents. Some documents I have books and presentations and videos I have. I will upload it and you can take a look at it. It will give a detailed theoretical explanation which will be highly helpful for you. If I tell it, if I show it now, means it will be boring for you. If you have interest on it, you can open it and study. I will upload the videos. Now we can see the current video. Okay.
So, some list PWD.
Guys, is it audible? Karan?
Yes, sir, audible.
It's audible.
Okay, okay.
This,
Okay.
root. The next command is ls. So you can see all the files inside the folder desktop. The next command that we can use is ll, which will give all the files that are in this folder. but in a more detailed way, such as it gives the permission of the folder, the owner of the file, and the date it was created. The next command is cd. So let me just make it like this. Cd command is used to change the directory. Like if I go to target, it goes to target. We can also change the cd commands like cd target / demo. We can see that it directly jumps to the demo folder. It doesn't jump from desktop to target and then demo. The next command that we are going to see is the make directory command, that is mkdir testlin. I'm sorry. So this created a file called testlin. We can see the file that has been created just now, and we can delete the file using rmdir testlin. And if we try to sorry cd okay testlin, the file does not exist. So let's create a new folder with a different kind of structure, because the folder that we created now is an empty folder, so it can be deleted easily. So cd just okay, let's create a folder first. mkdir testlin cd testlin mkdir1 cd mkdir testlin1. So the folders are created just fine. So let's see how. Let's use rmdir command to delete this. So when I click this, it says it gives an error that the directory testlin cannot be deleted because it is not empty. The rmdir only deletes the files or the directories. It gives an error. Directories which are empty actually. So to delete the files that are filled with some content, you should use rm-r. Rm is the command for removing the file, and -r is recursively delete the file testlin. Now if we try and go to testlin, we cannot. The next command that we will be seeing is the touch command. So touch txt.txt. Now that's a controversial name. So this file is now created, that we can see by using this command txt.txt. It's a text file, so we can use the command nano txt.txt to get into this file, and we'll type hello, and then we'll write this out. So now this is written, and if we go to the file here, we have txt.txt, and then the hello is returned to the file. So how to delete this file? We can use rm txt.txt, and now the file is gone. We don't see txt.txt anywhere. The next command that we'll be seeing is the man command. which helps us with a lot of things like command sudo. This command gives you all the details about the command sudo, its options, the arguments available for the command, and the detailed description of what the command does. To get out of this, this is a very big what do you say, the document, so we can use Q to quit the document. So far we've covered about 8 commands. The next command is cp. So let's cp test lin, and then the directory where we have to paste the thing. So let's use which directory shall we put? Okay, let's use demo. Okay, so cp test lin.txt and then demo. So this file is now copied to demo cd demo, and then if we use ll, we can see the file testlin that has been created. Now let's see how to move the file. So for moving the file, we'll use mv, and then we'll move the same file. Yes. Lin.txt to let's test Linux. So now the file is no longer in the target folder, and if we change our directory to test Linux, then do ll, you can see the file testlin is available. The next command that we are going to see is the cat command, or okay, let's see the cat command. Cat and testlin.txt. So this displays whatever the content in the testlin.txt available. So as we saw earlier, it is only hello, so it is displaying it. For example, if we use app dash get update, it gives you permission denied error. When we use the same command like sudo app dash get, we get all the things, all the directories are accessible, so the update works. And apt-get update is used to get the repositories updated, not updating the system. For updating the system, we have to use upgrade. This is when the system files will be modified to get the update, to reflect the update actually. Let's wait for the update to complete. Sorry for making this video longer. Or else we can do this, we'll create a new window. So Let's leave the desktop. Okay, now let's look at the command zip. We don't have zip, so let's see how to install the zip thing here. So sudo apt install zip and the password for this. So now the zip thing is installed, and when we do this we get all the details for zip. Let's concentrate on that. Now let's zip test Linux into this. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So as we all know, there is an very old command. This is also similar for most of the systems, like ping 1.1.1.1. We can see the ping time for this, and we can stop it by using Control C. You know about the ping ifconfig. This will not work with the WSL version of Linux, as this is something that is used for the complete version of Linux, which is a little bit difficult to install right now as the time is limited. We can use aliases. These are like variables actually. Let me show you. alias cls is equal to
Karan, are you there?
yes sir.
Okay, I saw, I have displayed the video, but as you told in WSL version, everyone will not have the same version. Hello?
Yes sir.
Okay. And it's not bad. You can use WSL, and I'm asking others to work on you independently on your platform, in Linux platform, whatever you have. Okay. And Karan, you do the thing. You need to submit the assignment by each and every comment. You need to give the explanation. After that, screenshot, adding the screenshot, you need to submit the assignment. Okay. That is the third task given today.
Yes sir. What is the second task, sir? First task
So,
complete.
first task is completed. Second one is that process explore thread identification. By downloading the process explore software, you will see the thread which is flowing behind your system, behind the process. Each and every process, there will be a flow of thread. You just capture the screen and give the document. Okay.
Okay sir.
I have shown in the video. No, you have seen. No?
No, I wasn't clear. What is that assignment of that thing?
The same thing which was in the video, I'm asking you to do it as the assignment. Okay, I'll just show that again. I will play that video again. You can take a look on it.
supported only one example of. We have the process tab.
Karan, you just see this process. This is what exactly you're going to repeat as the assignment, okay?
So if you click on the processes tab, you can see what are the processes running in your system. So if you click this, you come to this window over here where you see that there are all these processes running in your system. So for example, if you look here, you see that there is the Chromium browser running over here. And if you look at the processes tab, we see that there is not only one process associated with this Chromium browser, but there are multiple processes. For example, you see there is chrome.exe here, it's there even here, and there are quite a few even over here. So we see that there are multiple processes associated with a single program. And this is the memory that it is using, which is shown over here. So this is just an example of how you can see the programs and the processes running in your system. Because if you see what is happening, it becomes more interesting for you to learn and understand what is happening. So here we have seen the processes, but we did not see any threads over here. So if you want to see the threads that are also there in your system, then you can use a program known as Process Explorer. You can download the program and it will show you even the threads that are running for each program and for each processes. So this is how the Process Explorer looks like. You can download this. It is a very small application. You can download and install it. And you can see that these are the processes as we saw before. So for example, here I have the chrome.exe process running over here. And if you right click on this and go to the properties, then you can see the threads. So here you will get this window, and if you click on this threads tab, you can see that these are the threads which are the units of execution of this particular process and which are running over here. So these many threads are running within this process chrome.exe. So in this way you can see the processes and threads that are running in your system. So I hope with this visual example it was more clear to you what are processes and what are threads and how they work. So this was just a basic.
Karan, is it clear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Fine. 3 tasks were given in this, and after sharing the link, you can submit the assignment documents. And let us see the GitHub content which Thiruvengadam has shared with us. Thiruvengadam? Thiruvengadam, are you there? Okay, I will share this screen. Is the screen visible to you now? Okay, what sort of program you have done here in this Raspberry Pi NAS server, Samba? What is this? You just explain. Your voice is not audible, Thiruvengadam. You just set the headphone properly. Okay, now it is. Okay, now it's clear. Now you speak. What sort of operation you have done here in this Raspberry Pi? Okay. 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 Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, that's fine. In your system, what type of operating system? I mean, Linux operating system. Which version you are using? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now, okay, that's different. Raspberry Pi we are not going to use now. Okay, that's different. For our purpose in this operating system class, you will be having the implementation in Linux only. For that, what type of OS you are having in your system now? Okay, Ubuntu 2020 is the latest version. Yeah, yeah. Okay, you do that and you try with 30 different Linux commands. Okay, everything is available online. Explanation also is there. I want you to try in your own. Okay, you just try it and create a document and send it to me. Okay, for everyone present in this meeting, Linux 30 commands, exactly 30 commands. You should not only put the 30 commands. For each and every commands, you should take separate screenshot. First command, you should put the command, write the explanation. You should try that command, take the screenshot of that command. After that, second, like that 30 screenshot I need for 30 title, 30 explanation, 30 screenshots. Okay, guys, someone tell something.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's fine.
So when are we supposed to submit, sir?
You just complete the task today. Tomorrow morning, I will tell you the link, or today night, I will send you the link. In that link, you can submit. Okay. But the task is for today. For tomorrow, separately, I will give some other task.
Sir, give some time, sir.
Give some time. Sachit, how long you want? Some time.
Sometimes, sir.
Sometime, how long? You tell the time. We have very short time now.
Maybe a day more.
Huh?
Maybe another day more, sir.
Another day. Okay. Obviously, I didn't create a link. Okay. Tomorrow, I will give you the link. And what about the first two assignment? That is easy, na?
That is easy, sir.
Okay, first two assignment you prepare it, and once I give you the link, you can post it immediately. For that third assignment, you can give it later. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, that's fine. And then any other suggestions? How was the day? Okay, now it's time for the feedback time. I will ask randomly. If you want anything to be improved, means please tell me. Then only I can improve. First, I will ask Raj Lakshmanan. Raj Lakshmanan. Raj Lakshmanan.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, please give me the feedback for today's class, because first time I'm meeting you guys. I don't know how you all, because I didn't even see you in person. So tell your views, what you have learned today, and how you felt today.
Sir, class was little interesting, sir. But one thing is, when we are using, you are showing that PowerPoint, no, sir.
Yes.
So you can have some some what to tell, cut some concept in that, sir, so that when you share it, we will be referring that to learn, sir.
Yeah, that concept is, I have it, but it will be a pure theoretical. I will upload those videos. Okay.
Oh, okay, sir. Okay, sir.
Because I put that PowerPoint in a pictorial way to just explain you the overall concept.
Okay, sir.
But the in-depth explanation wherein on video is there. In that in-depth explanation is there. And as I told you, that operating system concepts, that entire book is converted into a presentation. It is high. It contains more details. If I share that material to you, it will be useful for you. Okay. Or you want me to completely put that theoretical presentation on the meeting, and you want me to present those stuffs. Because if I do, that means the interaction will be very low. 2 or 3% will be listening to me, and others will be getting bored. If it is interactive, if it is interacting means we can discuss in a way. So the class will be interactive. I can see as because of this interaction only some students are coming out and giving, yeah, I have this work. I really appreciate Karan and Thiruvengadam that they are giving their work. I have done this work. They are exposing. It's very good. Okay. We want others to speak. It should not be like a regular class, like a staff is coming and is taking the class, some blah blah presentation is going on like that. So for that only, I have avoided such kind of presentations. But you will get those presentations. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And Thiruvengadam. Thiruvengadam? Yeah, please share your views about today's class. Which part is boring? Which video? Yeah, process state. It is the explanation of the process state. Yeah. Okay, that type of video you want. If it is an example type, morning I have played videos now. That type of video is okay for you, na? Okay, that's I will consider it and change it. Okay, thanks for the feedback. Any other things? Hello. Any other things to be changed? Okay, thanks for the feedback. And Karan, yeah, thank you. Karan.
Sir, it was good, sir, but the pace of the class can be a little bit quicker.
Okay, but it is interactive sessions. If it is quick, I am rushing up faster means I don't know whether who are listening and who are not listening. Okay, it will. I will try to speed it up. Okay.
Okay, sir.
Okay, thanks for the feedback. Any other things? Hello. Ananda Narayanan.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you feel about today's class?
It was good, sir. Once we today was a bit of a theory, but I think once we go hands-on, the pace will pick up and it will be good.
Yeah, of course. Today is introduction.
Yeah, all introduction classes will be slow. So
yeah, many problems are there in this. Actually, this subject will be interesting. Many problems is there. Problem-related code will be there. So it will be interesting only. When we move on to further topics, we will go into that. Okay.
yeah, sir. Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sajid.
Sir.
Yeah, how you felt about today's class?
It was interesting, sir.
Okay.
And all concepts were easy to understand. Sir, only one thing, sir. We shall reduce the class timings, sir, because
what?
We shall reduce the class timings, sir. Class session timings.
Reduce, sir. See, that guy Karan is asking to speed up the time. You are asking to reduce the time.
Sir, because previous classes we had like 3 hours to 4 hours. Sir. That's why he suggested.
Already the time is very less for us. Morning 3 hours and afternoon 3 hours is the schedule, right? What is the duration of your course? Sajid.
Hi, sir.
What is the duration of the course?
Duration, I guess 9 days, sir.
9 days. What is the number of hours?
Hours I don't know, sir, but in a day we had like 3 to 4 hours, sir.
Okay, that's fine. That is 60 hours course. Okay. 60 in that 60 hours course, 3 hours is teaching and 3 hours is a practical. That will be made here. Today is little bit theoretical because introductory class we need to speak. First of all, we need to speak. In that only we will know about a lot of introduction and terms and concepts. Okay.
Okay,
Immediately
folks.
without knowing the term, if you are going inside the concept, means we will be blank. Okay, many terms are there. For this purpose, problems will be there. In that problem, short terms will be used, and that same type of terms will be used in the code also. So it will be an initiating part of the introduction of the terms and concepts. Okay. So hereafter, we'll be getting a hands-on session. And classes time will be like this only, from morning 9 to 4. In between, you'll be having hands-on session. That time you can relax. Okay. Then Aparna, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you feel about today class?
Yes, sir. It was good, sir. Just bit that today was theory, but as others told, the coming class will be more interesting as it went over. So it was fine, sir.
Okay, thank you. Kavya Karthikeyan. And guys who are all not able to speak on the mic, means you can just message so that I can see your feedbacks. Guys, you tell in the message what you felt about today's class. And regarding tomorrow's class, I'll be giving a lot of problematic, problematic it seems that mathematical sessions, and for that mathematical session, I will try to use the board, or else I will give you the video tutorial of the person who explained it, and so that it will be useful for you to solve the problems. After solving the problems, the same things will be given as the code to you so that you can implement it, and get prepared for the MCQ test tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the MCQ test. It is just a simple one-word test. You can answer it, and I will share the presentation contents today itself to you so that you can see the theoretical contents and read it. Hands-on session and problems will be discussed with you in the class, and theoretical content you can read. Is it comfortable for you? Ananda Narayanan. Ananda Narayanan?
Yes, sir.
Okay, if I'm giving it this way, I will discuss the problems and the programmatical, practical things in the class, and some theoretical concepts I will take, and in-depth theories
In that theories, we'll use the presentation, sir.
Okay. I will share those things to you. Okay, and tomorrow it will be a complete hands-on from morning, and some sort of introduction I will give before each and every topic starts, because without that we cannot go inside it immediately now. So that type of introduction will be there, and no presentations will be there. Only introduction, concept, problem, program. This is the only pattern we are going to follow, right? Okay, that's fine.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ananda Narayan, for the response. And sir, the likes written by me. So please reduce the class timing. Mega class timing is there. What limitations? Okay, I will try to reduce the class timing. More contents in the PPT, sir. Kavya Karthikeyan. I'm not going to put PPT at all. It will be a complete content oriented, so you don't worry. PPT will be shared to you with full content. Entire book content will be there in a PPT so that you can read it and learn. Is it okay? Kavya Karthikeyan, please respond whether is it okay, because I will share you the entire PPT so that you can read it clearly. And Ritik Pavan, sir, reduce the class timing. Everyone is asking to reduce the class timing. I will try to reduce it, okay? And tomorrow the test will be there at the end of the class or afternoon. At any time I can keep the test, and that test will be the MCQ test. In that, what I will do is I'll be asking the questions, some basic questions only. You can answer easily. It will be having a timing, and 3 MCQ tests will be there. In that 3 MCQ test, marks will be calculated for 5 marks in your overall assessment. So 5 marks is for that MCQ test. You can be cool. It will be easy only. You can, if you listen to the class and study the materials, you can answer it easy. And with this, we can wind up the class today. And thanks for the cooperation. If you have any feedbacks, please let me know now itself. I'll be waiting here. And it's up to you. If anyone want to speak, means you can speak. Okay, guys, start ready to move on. Okay, thanks a lot. See you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.